what stands between us, but what stands before us.
We close the divide because we know to put our future first.
We must first put our differences aside.
We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another.
We seek harm to none and harmony for all.
Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true.
That even as we grieved, we grew.
That even as we hurt, we hoped.
That even as we tired, we tried.
That we'll forever be tied together, victorious.
Not because we will never again know defeat,
but because we will never again sow division.
While once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us?
We will not march back to what was,
but move to what shall be.
A country that is bruised but whole,
benevolent but bold,
fierce and free.
When day comes, we shall step out of the shade of flame and unafraid.
The new dawn balloons as we free it.
For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it.
If only we were brave enough to be it.
This is our Columbus City Schools.
Happy Pride Month, Columbus and Columbus City School family. Thank you so much for putting that video together. That is actually our submission for the Stonewall Pride celebration that's going on since there is no march this year. Every organization was asked to put a video together, and that is ours. So thank you to everyone that participated, and thank you to our communication team for having the idea and really executing such a beautiful video. And there'll be more details about all of that. I want to brag far and wide about that and make sure that we get that shown everywhere. So happy Pride Month, everyone. And I'm going to go ahead and officially call our meeting to order. Today is June 15th, and this is a regular business meeting of the Board of Education. Please call the roll.
President Adair.
Present.
Ms. Beckerly.
Present.
Mr. Brown.
I'm here.
Mr. Cole.
I am here.
Dr. Pierce.
Present.
Mr. Ragland.
Here.
Vice President Reyes.
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you so much. We are going to have the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, and I'm just going to randomly pick one of you because we don't have students with us this evening. So let's see. How about Internal Auditor Smith? Would you be willing to lead us in the pledge?
Certainly. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for that. All right, board members, tonight's agenda, we have no board recognitions. We have 9 individuals here to speak for public comment. We will have a superintendent's report. We are not expecting a report from the internal auditor, but are expecting one from the treasurer's office. We have 3 items in board matters. We have our consent agenda. We will then have our announcements, board announcements, and then we will have executive session. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second? Are there any, thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Additions? Seeing none, please call the roll.
President Adair.
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Cole.
Yes.
Dr. Pierce.
Yes.
Mr. Ragland.
Oh,
Did we lose Mr. Ragland?
there he is.
Yes.
Thank you. And Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
That motion carried.
Thank you so much. All right, we're gonna go right into item 4, which is our public comment. Each member of the public has 4 minutes to address the board. I will be keeping time. Because just to remind everyone, we do have a lot of speakers this evening. Public comment is also limited to 40 minutes. That is per board policy. So 4 minutes per speaker, 40 minutes as a total time. So our first speaker this evening is James Nguyen. Topic, restorative processes and funding, board action. Listen to a statement about restorative processing and funding for it. So Dr. Roush, who's standing in for Ms. Nichols this evening, will join us.
I have the speaker on the line.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Nguyen. You have 4 minutes to address the board.
My name is James Nguyen. I am a member of BRED's Juvenile Justice Committee. And I'm happy to be here with you all tonight. And since we last met, of course, a lot has changed with children out of the classroom. Our concern now is that teachers and staff have not had the restorative practices training or a chance to keep up relationships with students through virtual learning. Our committee is understanding of the pressure that was put on teachers and staff. We want to commend you all for the work the district has done to adapt to the pandemic, especially getting those students who didn't have resources. You got them access to computers and the internet, and that's commendable. So now as the pandemic eases and children, teachers, and staff return to schools, our committee is still committed to ensure those environments are both safe and restorative. And given the events of the past year, we know that kids are going to be returning to the classroom with high levels of stress, anxiety, and trauma, which may lead to behavior problems. Restorative practices is a proactive way to not only prevent disruptions in the classroom, but also strengthen relationships between children, teachers, and staff, along with the family unit of the students. We want all schools to form these habits and relationship building so that our students, teachers, and staff can thrive. Now, BRED has met with many school board members in the past month, and we know that many of you share this vision and that it's also embedded in your goals and guardrail 5-year plan for the district. In that plan, it speaks to increasing restorative practices throughout the district, and BRED is supportive of working with you to get all teachers and staff within the entire district trained to fidelity in restorative practices. So we really would like to celebrate these steps forward and really support the district in this culture change. If you are able to respond tonight, we have a few BRED leaders on the call listening tonight. I'm going to end with these 3 questions. We would like to formally invite all of you to attend BRED's celebration on Zoom. It's going to be held June 28th at 7 p.m. so that we can celebrate your commitment of increasing restorative practices within the district. If you're able to respond tonight, will you be able to join us? Okay. If not, we can always follow up in the future. My second question is this: will restorative practices training start this summer before teachers and students return in the fall?
Mr. Nguyen, go ahead and ask all 3 of your questions because of the timing, and then I will stop your time and then let the board respond.
Now, if training will start this summer before teachers and students return in the fall, how much funding is being allocated for the upcoming school year regarding restorative practices training? So those are the 3 questions I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nguyen. I will go ahead and let board members respond and ask clarifying questions. Board Member Brown, I think you want to say something.
Yes, I just, if you could state the date and time again.
It's going to be June 28th. It's going to be 7 p.m. It will be on Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there additional clarifying questions? Mr. Nguyen, as for your other two questions, we will get them addressed and administration will respond to you. Our superintendent is shaking her head. I know you cannot see her. So we will get a response back to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nguyen, for continuing to advocate on behalf of BRED and for our students, especially around this very important topic of restorative practices, which you identified as part of our long-term goals.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker will be Kahari Inaharo, and the topic is Student Code of Conduct, Action Requested, Enhance, Support, and Implement a Code of Conduct for Students and Citizens of the Community. We will wait for Dr. Rausch to get Kahari on the phone.
President Adair, I have the next speaker on the line. Go ahead and let him know when you are ready.
Thank you so much. You have 4 minutes to address the board. You may begin.
Okay. Good evening, President Adair and Vice President Reid, and distinguished members of the Columbus City School Board and Superintendent Dr. Dixon. My name is Kahari Inaharo. My address is 1433 Linwood Avenue, Columbus, Ohio, 42206. I'm here today as the developer and organizer of the Columbus Civilian Community Board, which convened its first meeting on Saturday, October 17, 2015. The Columbus Civilian Community Board, hereafter is called the CCCB, is a grassroots community-based organization created to find ways to produce safe communities. Since the year 2004, I and other community members have been working to develop language, concepts, and programs that reduce conflict in our community. In 2007, this led to the establishment of the Black Anti-Defamation Council, which created a Stop 10 list consisting of 10 words that we thought were war language words that should not be spoken in or out of our communities. Over the years, I have noticed that many in our communities had what I call an ineffective response to the conditions imposed by racial and social injustice. By ineffective response, I mean instead of organizing to solve problems, out of our frustrations, too many of us engage in community conflicts that often had tragic outcomes. What is needed now is an effective response to the conditions of racism and social injustice. By effective response, I mean thought, speech, and action that stimulates and enables people to address problems in a constructive manner, in a productive manner. In December 2015, I proposed to the CCCB a community code of conduct that would serve as an effective response to establish standards in our community and promote constructive behavior in our community. For example, if you see trash on the street, pick it up. Those kinds of behaviors. At that time, I was chair of the CCCB, and I set up and served on the Community Code of Conduct Committee. The committee worked diligently on the development of the code for about 2 years. After the committee completed the first draft, we held 3 focus group meetings, 6 regional neighborhood meetings, and numerous group sessions to get feedback to determine if we were on the correct path with the Code of Conduct. In May of 2017, the community approved the Community Code of Conduct. In June 2017, we held a major presentation of it at the Downtown Public Library. The Code of Conduct is a system of constructive thought, speech, and action designed to solve problems. The Code of Conduct is a list of 12 standards of behavior, and based on our feedback, the community believes that if this code is followed, it would dramatically reduce conflict, violence, and disorder. The philosophy of the code is that we must minimize conflict, maximize cooperation to have constructive outcomes that solve Black problems. The community code of conduct, while designed to minimize conflict in our community, and this is largely due to the disproportionately high numbers of shooting, physical violence, and homicide, the standards of the code, however, can and should be shared and embraced universally. And we believe that the good comportment starts in the home and travels abroad. Teaching the community code of conduct in the community and schools is an effective way to show students, parents, and adults how to minimize conflict and maximize cooperation at home, in the neighborhood, coming, going to school, and being in school. For such a time as this, we need a code of conduct where there are no community, a code of conduct where there are no community standards or a code of conduct. Chaos and disorder is guaranteed. The Reverend Charles Wheeler, who is currently the chair of the CCC, will in his remarks talk about why we need your support. Thank you for your work and thank you for this time.
Thank you so much. That was perfectly timed at 4 minutes. Are there any clarifying questions for the speaker? Board Member Cole.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Inaharo, for your request and for this evening's participation in our meeting. My question to you is should this be something that the board is interested in doing, does it make sense for us to do this by resolution to make it a little more formalized for you all? I'm certainly in support of this symbolic piece that I think is really important, that encourages, again, that sense of peace in this community and order. But is this something that your organization wants to entertain as a resolution from the board? And I certainly ask that also for my colleagues, if you all were interested.
Okay. Yes, I would say that what we want is a partnership with the school board in this effort. And of course, our chair will say a little bit more about that. But we believe that it's important that we get this message and this campaign out citywide, especially inside of places where our children are, in schools, which often young people are the most vulnerable to all kinds of things. It's a reestablishment of what once existed in our communities. When we had codes of conduct, we had order, we had standards by which we followed. Over the years, we have somehow in many communities, not in all, many of the communities, those standards have either disappeared or they've gone into some form of abeyance. What we're trying to do is to reestablish those, and we want to work with the major institutions to help us get that going and to be a part of what we're trying to do. So I would say yes. If the resolution is the strongest way to get it done, yes, sir.
I thank you for that. My last question is, you mentioned partnership. Have you had any conversation with the administration's Office of Engagement and Strategic Partnerships? Have you had any conversation with them?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say that again.
Again, I'm sorry. Have you had any conversation with our Department of Engagement? Those folks in that portion of our administration that could very well help and direct and help even us identify what type of partnership this would entail and what are the expected outcomes. Because if you haven't, I certainly recommend that the administration reach out to you through that office.
Yes, and that's what we're looking forward to. That's our hope, that we would be able to sit down with the administration and begin that process of moving forward with this.
Thank you so much. Are there any other clarifying questions? Board Member Beckerly.
Not really a clarifying question. I just love that this is a community-wide focus, and I hope that we are able to come up with some sort of a plan or joint effort, because I like the concept. And Mr. Kahari and I had a nice conversation yesterday, so I'm kind of excited about this.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to working with you. I really am. The whole board is. We're very excited about what we believe can come from this.
Thank you. Board Member Ragland.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Naharo. I do have a clarifying question. Is it your intention, being a part of the process in helping to bring the community code of conduct to fruition, is it your intention to have the community code of conduct, or at least some sort of honor code, literally be implemented with the students within the district? A resolution is one thing, but having an honor code district-wide that resembles some of the values that are expressed in the community code of conduct is something entirely different. I wanted to just clarify, what your intention is. Is it? I mean, or is that something that you feel should be a product of the discussion with the administration?
Well, I think it should be part of the discussions of the administration. And also, I believe that the community code of conduct is like an overarching thing, because the community code of conduct not only impacts the student at home, it also impacts the community that the student lives in. So while we will support we believe in the honor code while the student is in school, once that child leaves the school, then on the way home, in home, and coming back to school, there's the community. So what we have to do is rebuild, is to reconstruct the whole system in which the child is involved in. And so therefore, yes, we would see the community code of conduct as being a part, not replacing necessarily, but being a part of where it would be effective, being a part of what goes on inside the schools. We definitely see that part of it. But also how it affects the infrastructure of the child going to and from school. Yes, and in their neighborhoods.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Naharo, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Board Member Ragland. And thank you so much, Mr. Haro, for bringing this to our attention. We have several other speakers to talk to us on this very topic, so we will go ahead and move on to the next one, if that is okay with you.
That's fine. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Attorney Byron Potts. His topic, Student Code of Conduct. Action requested, support and implement a code of conduct for students, citizens to work collaboratively together. And we will wait for Attorney Potts.
President Adair, I have the speaker on the line.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roush. Attorney Potts, you have 4 minutes to address the board. You may begin.
Yes, Madam President, board members, superintendent, I'm coming to you as legal counsel for the community, the Columbus Civilian Community Board, and I just want to talk about how it is affecting the students and the young people in our community legally. As everyone knows, that we had 8 children that were attending Columbus schools that have been killed, but how many of them have been affected in the legal system, in juvenile court, with the Department of Youth Services? And when I'm told by one of the judges down there that 98% of the young people that are housed in the juvenile detention center, 98% are from our community. They're African Americans and mostly males. I have some issues with how we can reach these young people. I see it every day. I've represented people, young people on murder cases, on people that young people that have been held with guns and shooting people, felonious assault cases. And it troubles me when we don't have things in place so we can start retraining the young people in our community. But the Community Code of Conduct, to me, is a start in that direction. And I know the Columbus City Schools have done things trying to help with this violence that we have in our community. But one of the things that I think we need to do is to start focusing on some criteria for these young people to start promoting at a young age. Almost like the 10 Commandments that we have, that we can start teaching them things that are very important to our community that will stop this violence in our community. And as having to deal with all these, it really bothers me to continue to have these young people. I just got a call from a case today that I represented a young man. He's out of school, but he's dead now. That the family now has another generation of people that are brought in the system. That we have this recurring cycle. That we need to do something about this, and we have to have some type of intervention. And we can't just put the onus on the school board, but that's where we see a lot of the young people that we can get their attention, at least start talking about this code of conduct and how we should act not only in school, but when they come out to the community. Because what I'm seeing is a lot of people are scared of the young people, not communicating with them, won't talk to them. And if we can come and talk to them about how to act, how to dress, how to take care of their communities and what to do, I think it's a starting point where we can stop this going on. So if we form a partnership with if the Columbus Civilian Community Board forms a partnership with Columbus City Schools to promote the Community Code of Conduct, I think it will go a long way to stop or help stop some of this violence that we have in the community.
Thank you so much, Attorney Potts, for addressing the board. Are there any clarifying questions?
I can hear you.
Board Member Cole, did you have your hand up? No. But Board Member Ragland.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Attorney Potts. And I really appreciate you coming from the standpoint of the legal system. I often speak from the board floor about how our conversations should occur with a view of what is happening at the Franklin County Courthouse as we make decisions regarding our young people here. My question to you is, through this process, do you think that there would be a place for some of our juvenile judicial folks to join into this conversation? As Board Member Cole has suggested, I believe the best place for us to start is with our engagement office. But do you feel like our juvenile justice folks would be willing to be a part of this conversation as well?
I think it's imperative that we bring them and have them involved in it because they are frustrated also. By speaking with Judge Stroud and some of the other judges that are down there, it's frustrating. And how do we are searching for answers to stop this repeated cycle. It is imperative to get them involved. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Potts, and that concludes my questions, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there clarifying questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much, Attorney Potts, for bringing your perspective. We have, again, several other speakers to talk about the same topic. So we are going to go ahead and move on to the next one. We appreciate you speaking before the board. Our next, Our next speaker is Tyrone Thomas. Topic, Code of Conduct. Action requested, allow a presentation of conduct for students and citizens of the community.
President Adair, I have the speaker on the line.
Thank you so much. You have 4 minutes to address the board. You may begin.
I want to thank the president of the board and the board members and all the people that worked to put this together. Really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about the Columbus Civilian Community Board and our code of conduct that we've worked so hard for the last few years to come up with, and we're looking to partnership with the school board to make the presentation more viable. So one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight is the fact that Kings Island, who was going through a tremendous amount of problems a few weeks ago, recently had members, a code of conduct that when people came in, they had to sign this paper and accept this paper along with their ticket that said if they didn't act a certain way and do certain things in the park, they could be removed with no refund. So I don't know if you heard the news this weekend, but they had problems, but on the outside in the drop-off area, which we know in the city, when the school's not in or parents take their young ones to the library, they have a tendency to drop them off. And so one of the things, if we partnership with the school board, we get that through the entire community with and push and promote and do training for the code so people would understand it. Example, which is Pickerton, who ordinance saying that young people couldn't be in certain business districts without their parents. And what about putting up the mellow sign on posts throughout those areas, notifying parents and young people that they couldn't be there. And the business people bought into that, and when a young person comes in, often they will say, "Where's your parent? You can't be in here." So the things I look at throughout the city and across the country, we're in a time where everybody said we're going to go back to normal. Well, we're never going back to normal. This is the new normal. We have to develop the new normal, and putting a code of conduct in place in such a large school district with 49,000 plus is a tremendous spring forward. And as we spring forward to get back on our feet and become normal, you guys go back into the classroom. This would be a wonderful way of minimizing conflict and maximizing cooperation. And that's one of the slogans that we use to promote the code of conduct. And so I'm just excited that you're interested in letting us make the presentation, but I would hope that we can bind as a team to make something happen. And I'm going to use another example. I kind of view the code of conduct if it spreads to the community like the octopus. It's got all these antennas, and the school people are one of those. Then they go take it home to their parents, and it passes on to uncles and aunts. And then when the octopus starts to rise, it's all its antennas come together to form a power that we've never seen before. And so that's one of the things that excite me tonight. So we do have a website. It's cccb.org. It lists the codes that we have. The codes will grow as we participate. I started with this project in 2000.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thompson. You actually are at your 4 minutes. I just wanted you to get that website in there so that we could hear that, but you're actually over your 4 minutes. So we appreciate you coming to talk with us. Are there any clarifying questions by board members? Mr. Cole.
Can we have him share that website once more, please?
Mr. Thompson, will you please share the website?
And that's TRIPLECB.org.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. We have several other speakers to continue to speak about this, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next one. We appreciate you taking some time out of your evening to address the board.
We have some folded cards with that information on it. I will drop them off at the front desk this week.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara Clark to speak about the Student Code of Conduct, action requested, improve conditions for students and citizens of our community.
President Adair, I have the speaker on the line.
Thank you so much. You have 4 minutes to address the board. You may begin.
President Adair, I have the speaker on the line.
Thank you so much. You have 4 minutes to address the board. You may begin.
Good evening, Columbus City Schools. My name.
Ms. Clark, will you turn off the feed so that you are just talking to us? The feed is delayed, so it's going to cause some feedback. I'll restart your time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My name is Barbara Clark. And I am part of the Columbus Civilian Community Board. I wanted to talk a little bit about tonight about community. I want to talk about community and how our families are affected about what's going on, so it trickles down to the children and the families.
Ms. Clark, go ahead and turn off your either Facebook or YouTube feed because we're getting feedback. It's a delay, so you can't listen to that and talk to us. You have to just talk to us.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Barbara Clark, and I am with the Columbus Civilian Community Board. I want to talk a little bit tonight about community, family, schools, and how that connects together. We have to get the families back involved. When I'm knocking on the doors, talking to families, they're hurting. They don't know what to do. So I think if we all come together, working with the children who come in there, and we can tell which children are being affected. Sometimes we can, a lot of times we can, but sometimes we can't. But the ones that we do, build relationships with those moms and dads so that they understand that they're not alone, and we're working with them. Get them involved in something in the schools, invite them to things. And I know you guys do, but get them involved with the resources in the city that's going to help them understand first their responsibility. And that's where the community code of conduct comes in, because they're understanding their behavior. Understanding their behaviors, what they're responsible to do, but also what we are responsible to do as a community. And I think the community code of conduct gives them a sense of, if I want to use for a better word, responsibility and commitment to raising their children, being there for them. We work with some community families, and the children begin to go to school dressed better. They get to school already who have eaten because the parents get up with them. And I think if we give the parents some exposure to just some other things going on in the community, like having fairs at school, things we used to do, cakewalks, having things like that and getting the families involved, I think they'd be better equipped and better motivated to work with the schools with a community code of conduct, knowing it's their responsibility as well to do as much as the teachers, so that we're not pointing the blame game.
Are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for addressing the board. Are there any clarifying questions? I don't see any. We very much appreciate you continuing to share your thoughts on this topic, and we have several other speakers to get through. So again, thank you for taking some time this evening to address the board.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Dr. Vanita Kelly. Topic: Student Code of Conduct, Action, Improve Conditions for Students and Citizens of our Community, and Work Collaboratively.
President Adair, I have the speaker on the line.
Thank you so much. Dr. Kelly, you have 4 minutes to address the board. You may begin.
Thank you. Madam President Adair, Superintendent Dr. Dixon, Treasurer Baharik, Auditor Smith, and other distinguished members of the school board. Thank you for your time and deepest attention to my support with implementation of the Columbus Community Civilian Board Code of Conduct into the Columbus City Schools. I am Dr. Vanita Kelly, a member of the Columbus Coalition Community Board, CCCB. My belief is that the Code of Conduct will provide a meaningful frame of reference for all students, staff, and administrators of the district as a place safe from violence and instability for the 49,000 students of the district. Here are some of the major reasons why I urge you to support the proposal to implement a code of conduct within district schools. Briefly, I am in Ohio because in 2007, I was recruited to
to help the state design and implement the governor's Closing the Achievement Gap initiative. In 2007, 68% of African American males were not graduating high school, 58% of Latino males, 50% of European American males, and the governor said we will have no more throwaway children, and he was tired of the pipeline into the prisons. The Children's Defense Fund reported that 75% of state prison inmates and 59% of federal inmates are high school dropouts. We are interested in affecting the lives of those who have experienced adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. ACEs result in trauma to the person that experiences them. 1 in 6 adults have at least one adverse childhood experience. Problems arise for people when they have 4 or more adverse childhood experiences. Without appropriate intervention that helps people develop reference points for positive and effective conduct, young people carry the results of emotional, psychological, and physical trauma with them into their adult lives. That trauma is linked to chronic depression, self-medicating, violence, offender behavior, dropping out of school, self-sabotaging, and being paralyzed in place, or not being able to navigate anxiety-raising situations as an adult. Dr. James P. Comer of Yale University is likely the country's leading expert on child development and education, and many of you know his name and his work. When we use Dr. Comer's research and approach, we find that youth are often acting properly according to their level of emotional development when they strike out at others as they experience trauma. In short, they react according to the level of trauma they are feeling internally in situations that threaten them externally. Besides the social emotional needs Dr. Comer's work makes clear is necessary to provide to youth in school context, the child needs a reference point for what is expected, that is clear, that is equally expected of each person in a situation of violence or conflict or even good conduct, and that she or he is able to follow in moments of stress or when the violence, again, is external. I was part of the team that designed the model that was implemented in the 17 worst performing education districts in Ohio, later legislated for K-12 schools as House Bill 1 in 2009. In 2007, Governor Strickland's initiative began. We knew that each class of high school dropouts cost the U.S. economy more than $8 billion in incarceration expenses. In 2021, according to the American Action Forum, we know that costs are cumulative at $1.2 trillion. My doctorate is in intercultural communication. My contribution to the model resulted in the cultural proficiency pillar of the school model, and I'm applying that lens to speak on this evening in support of the implementation of the Code of Conduct in the schools. Kaiser Permanente and the Center for Disease Control collected data. That data resulted in ACEs. Of course, schools are the major social context that youth K-12 have in the majority of their school day and school year. It particularly applies this summer as Columbus City Schools has 8,000 youth in the summer experience program in a climate that is post-COVID and post several high-profile public deaths out of Columbus. There is a trauma-inducing context for students to pursue their education in the district, and it's something that we are all aware of. So we have traumatic situations, such as a highly public death of Black people and of 11 children in the district. To quote from the National Education Association.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly. Maybe you can, if you have this in writing, if you could submit it to the board, because I do feel like you have a lot of great citation and information there. That would be great. But you are past your, I let you go a little bit further, but you're past your 4 minutes. Board Member Ragland, I see you might have a clarifying question.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. Kelly. It is good to hear your voice again, and thank you for all of the work that you have been doing for a number of years here in our state on behalf of disenfranchised children. Yes, I would, if you could submit your testimony to Dr. Roush and maybe links to the data that you have talked about this evening. That would be very, very beneficial to me. I have recently spoken with the superintendent about my desire to have every one of our 49,000 students assessed for a wellness exam, in hope, with the hope that following that we would have, essentially an intervention plan for each and every student regarding their wellness, their social and emotional health, that we could implement with a lot of our community partners. And you spoke a little bit to that today. I'd be interested in seeing the rest of your testimony as well as that data. Do you have the means by which to send that data through email? If not, I would suggest that you would go to the district website. You will be able to find all of our email addresses there. And I would hope that Dr. Rausch would be able to share his email with you so that we could get that data as well. So thank you for your comments, and thank you for all of the work that you have been doing on behalf of our young people. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Ragland. Additional clarifying questions? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kelly, for sharing all of that information. And we look forward to receiving, hopefully, your testimony and resources. We have 3 more speakers on this topic. So we will continue. The next speaker is Detective Anthony Johnson to speak on violence and homicide among teens. The action requested is to work collaboratively for a code of conduct for students and citizens of our community.
President Adair, the speaker is on the line.
Thank you so much, Detective Johnson. You have 4 minutes to address the board. You may begin.
My name is Detective Johnson. I'm with Columbus Police Homicide. I just wanted to say that during the course of our homicides, when we're dealing with our youth, a lot of the tendencies that we see is the parents are not around. A lot of the juveniles are with other juveniles, regardless if it's in the house or on the street. A couple ones that stick out. The house was completely ran by. I think the oldest was probably 16 and youngest is 13. They're kind of use it as their clubhouse and their hangout. We had at least 20 or 30 runs to that house, and when we eventually went there because of an accidental shooting, everyone in the neighborhood said that no parents was there on a consistent basis. It looks like food wasn't there on a consistent basis, and no type of supervision whatsoever. And that seems especially when it's dealing with our youth, 13 to 18 is a common theme. Then when parents do come, I know during the course of an interview with a juvenile, her whole attention span was either Facebook and her phone, regardless of the severity of the crime that we were interviewing or, receiving, trying to get information out of the kid. Just lack of parenting, lack of activity for them to do. We see that most of them are gang related, affiliated with them. If they're not fully gang members, they use them as associates, meeting to go places, to gang up on other stuff. And that tends to be the violence when it comes to a lot of our, like I say, 13 to 18 years old, when it comes to our serious violent crimes and homicides. And that's all I kind of had to say. I didn't know if we had any questions or any other topics that you guys kind of wanted to get information on.
Well, thank you so much, Detective Johnson. I will open the floor then to members of the board for clarifying questions. Board Member Cole.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Lieutenant, for joining us this evening. My question to you is there was a parent some weeks ago who lost her daughter. I believe this young lady was 16. Was a shooting downtown at the Commons.
Yes.
That parent shouted, and I'll just paraphrase, for parents to collect their children, to get their children, to essentially see responsibly to their livelihood, to what they're raised with, and to raise their children. Given what you experience on the day-to-day, and certainly as of recent, do you have any suggestions for us in terms of what the district can do above and beyond, if needed, above and beyond, if possible, above and beyond the adoption of the code of conduct, that partnering piece? Thank you.
Well, I think, first of all, the violence it's an us problem and not just a them or they, or, I mean, the solution to the problem comes from, in my opinion, an array of things. The parents need to parent. Schools need to, education and provide, things for kids to do and to learn to know better. I mean, the policing, we have to be able to interact in both of those aspects. Mental health is a huge issue. So when it comes to doing better, I think we have to provide things for them to do and places to go that also involves education and learning to do better and learning to be better when it comes to all aspects, even the policing and law enforcement, the home life, and the school. So whatever program it is, I think it has to encompass, a couple things and not just one aspect.
I thank you for that. My last question, Madam President, thank you again, Lieutenant. My last question is for some time now, I've been very interested in figuring out how we create very progressive, productive means of community policing and how Columbus City Schools could actually explore that kind of opportunity in partnership with the police department. Do you have any ideas around where we can connect the dots collectively to that effect, to that endeavor? Thank you.
Well, the first bridge I think we have to cross is realizing that, police officers are human just like everyone else. I mean, throughout the school district, you have a lot of police officers that are coaches, that are mentors, that do a lot of things within the school board that I do not believe, which I don't believe that are known throughout the police department or the school board that we could use to connect and to let them know that there's resources out there right in your own building to help kids get over, issues that they may be having or problems that they may have, regardless if it's at home or school, or just in general. So I think we have to connect those dots as far as first starting with the resources that you already have right there in your building and in your district. I mean, I coached basketball in Columbus Public Schools for probably 10 years. So I don't know if that helps you or answered your question.
Oh, it did. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Board Member Cole. Any other clarifying questions? Thank you so much, Detective, for joining us and sharing your perspective. We appreciate you spending some time with us this evening. We have 2 more speakers on this topic, so we're going to go ahead and continue on. Our next speaker is Judge Jamison, and she is here to talk about the Student Code of Conduct, the action, support, and implement a code of conduct for students and work collaboratively together.
President Adair, I have the caller on the line.
Thank you. Good evening, Judge Jameson. You have 4 minutes to address the board. You may begin.
Thank you, President Adair, and to Superintendent and all the other members of the board. I'm here to just speak on behalf of our community and for myself. I'm not speaking as a member of the court today, but I do want to say that a code of conduct has been influential in developing civilization. And because it has clear expectations for higher standards, our children will know exactly what is expected of them. The code of conduct is the oldest known law code, is that of King Menes of Egypt. We also know, many are very familiar with the Code of Hammurabi, and we know that he implemented that about 3,750 years ago. But wherever civilization has been, there has been a code of conduct. And in fact, the Code of Hammurabi was packed up and shipped from Paris to the U.S. Supreme Court building, where it is featured today on the marble carvings of historic lawgivers. And it lines the south wall of the courtroom in the United States Supreme Court. Among the many ingredients for successful schools is a student body that is not only eager to learn, but also well behaved. Children are taught the difference between good and poor behavior from an early age, and that training should go with them to the classroom. Student codes of conduct are designed to serve both the classroom and the individual by outlining the student's rights, ensuring that no student will be penalized or singled out based on anything but a violation of the established rules. When you have a code of conduct, it also deters over-discipline of any particular group rather than following the violations of the rules. It outlines also the student's responsibility, letting the student know that they need to meet certain standards for their own sake and that of the entire class. And because conduct covers such a wide variety of behaviors, that establishing a formal code within a school system should not be a very complicated matter, but it should be something that's very simplistic, something that the children can easily learn, even if it's something that is repeated each day as the school day begins. Code of conduct has also been linked with restorative justice practices. And as you know, the Franklin County Domestic Relations and Juvenile Court is a detention alternative initiative court. And part of the code of conduct gives a set of rules or outlines behaviors that should be followed. And when those behaviors are broken and it affects a member of the community, a person can come and be reconciled to the youth that has committed the violation of the code of conduct. It teaches respect for yourself, respect for your brothers and sisters, respect for appropriate dress, respect to keep the community clean, to not engage in gossip, lies, or rumors. It also has a link that will ask the children to report crimes that they witness to family, friends, and law enforcement so that the community can be a safer place for them. It also teaches a respect for all people's religions, for gender or non-gender specific behaviors. It restores and repairs any breaches between the child and the family. It's really critical that children know exactly what is expected of them and how they can behave and what they should expect when the teachers also are able to do their job without distractions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Judge Jameson. You are past your 4 minutes, but I'm going to open the floor to board members for clarifying questions or comments. Board members?
Thank you.
Board Member Ragland.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Judge. Honored to have you join us tonight. The same as with Dr. Kelly, if you could submit your testimony to Dr. Roush. I am definitely interested in the shifts in behavior. I've spoken as we have had discussions around what safety looks like within our buildings. I have always advocated for something that formalizes a shift in the behaviors that we see in our building as we discuss what our relationship will be with our school resource officers moving forward. And so I think you really laid that out for us, and I'd like to hear or see the rest of your testimony. So if you could please alert Dr. Roush and that he may be able to give you his email so that we could see everything that you've had to say. I would really, really appreciate that. And thank you again. We're honored to have you tonight. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Board Member Beckerly, then Board Member Brown.
Hello, Judge Jamison. It's nice to hear from you, even remotely. I especially liked and see a lot of potential to gain some momentum with the connection between the code and restorative practices and the parts of the community within the judicial system where we already have some restorative practice occurring, as well as in our schools. And it's a priority for our strategic plan. And in my way of thinking, and this is what I love about this presentation you all are making, is that to some extent, what we need to do is become a community that embraces restorative practices across the board, whether it's at rec centers, within the police department, within the court system, within the schools, within our businesses even, but so I love that it all ties together, and I'm just sharing that because I think those are important dots to keep connected, and look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you.
Board Member Brown.
There it is. Good evening. Good to hear from you, Judge Jamison. And I've got a number of questions, and I probably could have asked these to any of the speakers that have come before us this evening. But since you're a friend and I know you best, I've known you for a long time, I figured I'll pick on you. And I'm hoping that the others get to hear as well. First, I really want to commend you and the group and all the speakers that have come before us for taking the initiative to get organized and to focus on what is a very important problem, a very serious threat to all of us, and something that we absolutely must address. And the schools too must play a part in that. I appreciate your coming before us to talk about this and see if we can figure out a solution together. My questions, and you may not be able to answer them all, or certainly not right now, but let me ask, how much diversity is there within your organization, the Columbus Civilian Community Board? Because from this, pardon me?
Are you asking, do we have any diverse members?
Is the board itself diverse? Or is it primarily or only African American. I just can't tell that from being here online and not seeing anybody.
Well, I can, let me just say that I am not an actual member of the board.
Okay.
I am speaking on the code of conduct because I feel that it is something that is necessary to give children and teachers specific guidelines of conduct so that there is no wiggle room for misinterpretation. I think it's important because I think it links with our restorative justice model by getting the community involved so that children can understand the impact that the crime they have been charged with has on other members of the community. So that is the reason that I am here tonight.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And I certainly appreciate all of the speakers tonight for having an interest and wanting to be part of the solution to this problem. And you may not be the best representative of that organization to speak to some of these other questions that I have.
Board Member Brown, just so you know, the next speaker is the president.
Well, why don't I hold some of these and talk with, that's Reverend Wheeler coming up. And let me ask you one last thing, Judge. Is the juvenile court going to step up and participate in some fashion with the schools and with this CCCB to help get at this problem and create a solution? And I know you're not here in your official capacity. You said that, but do you have some sense of that?
Well, let me just say, when Dr. Dixon came, we invited her to the court. We've met with various members of the school board. We have met with law enforcement, chief of police from many of the suburban areas. We, as the court, are very engaged in what is happening in the community. Our administrative judge, Judge Kim Brown, is the statewide chair of the Juvenile Detention Alternative Initiative. We are an alternative initiative court. We invest, let me say, the county commissioners, DYS, and the court invest a large amount of money in seeking out community resources rather than using detention. Currently, our detention facility houses over 100 people. We only have 60 children in incarceration at this time, 56 males and 4 females. So at this, so we are diverting children away. We're also partnering with Job and Family Services to do assessments as soon as a child makes impact with the court to see if there are other services that the family needs in the household. So we are meeting the needs of not just the child that comes to court, but attempting to have an assessment so that they can be linked to services for any member of the household that needs those services. We're continuing to use Zoom so that parents don't have to take off from work. They can attend the court hearings virtually, because we understand the impact of every day that a parent has to take off from work and gain a point toward tardy or late or being off and putting their employment at risk. So our court has, we have teen court. We have not only recovery court for children, but we have recovery drug court for parents. We have COPPA's program,
that helps men and women that owe child support to become gainfully employed and to gain their education certifications for employment. We have mediation. We have just a number of programs that are active within the court, as well as links to many community partners outside. So when I'm standing here and speaking why the code of conduct is going to be important for the community, is because the court is so engaged in the community already.
Okay, thank you. That was all helpful. Let me ask one final question, and that is, I agree with you that a code of conduct is very important. And it's very important that it be that we have buy-in from the entire community. My question is, I keep seeing student code of conduct. Is this a code of conduct for students who live in the district to practice all the time or only while they're in school?
The code of conduct, the importance of it is that if they have the code of conduct, that they will not only practice it within the school, but also within the community. As I was stating, the code of conduct says, I will respect myself. So if you're going to respect yourself, you can't just respect yourself at school. You have to respect yourself in your community. It says, I'm going to respect my brothers and sisters. That doesn't mean your natural household, but that means anyone in the community that you come in contact with. It says, I will do no harm. I will not steal. I'll keep my community clean. I won't spread gossip, lies, or rumors. I will report crimes that I witness to family, friends, and law enforcement. So we're even encouraging our children to report crimes that they witness and to respect all people's religions, to respect all people regardless of race, sex, color, religion, disability, or national origin, or sexual orientation. So it is not anticipated that if you get the code of conduct within your mind and in your actions, that you won't carry it wherever you go.
Wonderful. That's what I was hoping to hear from you. Thank you very much. And good to hear from you tonight, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Board Member Brown. We have one more speaker on this topic, and we are nearing our 40 minutes, past 40 minutes really on the speakers. So we are going to go ahead and take that last speaker. So thank you so much, Judge Jamison, for sharing all the things the court is doing as well. Our next speaker is Reverend Charles Wheeler. Let me mute Board Member Brown. Guess they muted in my room. All right. Reverend Charles Wheeler here to talk about the code of conduct. Action requested, work with us to improve conditions for students and citizens in our community.
President Adair, I have the caller on the line.
Thank you so much, Reverend Wheeler. You have 4 minutes to address the board. You may begin.
Okay. To the president of the board, Ms. Adair, to the distinguished board members, and to the superintendent of the board, Dr. Dixon, it's my honor and privilege to come before you this evening. I know that you've had the opportunity to hear from several of the community members and members of the CCCB on our code of conduct. A code of conduct that is written based upon the premise of honesty, trustworthiness, integrity, loyalty, accountability, and with humility, a quality that is a state of not thinking you're better than anyone else. It is all encompassing. It covers every race and nationality that makes up our community. It is completely non-biased in any manner. It is just for the good of the community. Having served as the president of the neighborhood house for several years, working within the community day in and day out to see the problems that occurred and were occurring, and also the things that were being done to uplift the individuals in the community, the gang leaders coming in and beginning to work with the children and us working with them, lifting all of us up, making our community a safe and wonderful place to live. And that is the goal of what this code of conduct is all about. We're excited about it because we're excited about our community. And I just want to just make a comment that the school system itself is a tremendous asset because the school system has a captive audience of the most vulnerable population of our community. And if we can get the information to our young people and have them subscribe to the conduct that we feel makes our community what our community should be for all of us to live in, it would be a wonderful thing. And I'm excited to have the privilege to be with you tonight. Since most of our people have covered, I think, most of the detail, I'll leave myself open at this point for any questions that the board may have.
Thank you so much, Reverend Wheeler. We do have some questions. Dr. Pierce, and then I think Board Member Brown. Dr. Pierce.
Thank you so much. And thank you to you and all of your members for speaking tonight and really just leaning in on this important issue for our community, for our young people and our adults as well. So as we think about the code of conduct, it's really collaborating for change that results in less violence in our community. Whether it's related to young people or adults, we need to decrease the level of violence in our community. And based upon everyone's presentations and remarks, the schools play a central part in that. And we completely understand that. My question then is, have you talked to other neighborhood organizations, faith-based, community-based, that are also willing to partner with us, to collaborate with us, to advance and really bring about the change that's needed in our community?
Yes, that is one of the goals. Our goal is to bring in everyone that wants to be a part of it, to give them the opportunity to have input, because all of us make up the community, not one organization or anything like that, as we all know. So to your point, yes, we're working with the police department. We, as a matter of fact, give you a good example of that. Just recently, we held a forum where we brought in the police, the judges, the ministers, the NAACP and other organizations to talk about what to do when you're stopped by the police. Because our young people from our community were being, having difficulty and even death as a result of police stops. And we wanted to get to the root cause of it. What is the root cause? Is it our reaction, our young people's reaction, our people's reaction? What is it? And what should we be doing when something like that occurs? It was phenomenal, and it may have saved one life. If it saves one life, it's worth it to us and to all of us, because we don't want any lives lost within our community.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So my request then is if you could send us a list of the organizations, both community, faith-based, nonprofit, other governmental agencies that have signed on for this effort, so we can see, you know, how we can leverage maybe our position to get more people to sign on. Because in essence, what I'm hoping will happen is that this is just a community norm that is established for our community. You know, sometimes code of conduct, I was one of those kids when it came to rules, and it just felt stuffy and restricted. But if you tell me that this is my normal behavior, then I embrace that, because that's who I am as a person. So we want this to become a norm, just how we carry ourselves in Columbus, just how our young people behave, how our adults behave. So it would be great to have that list of, again, organizations that have already said we're going to partner, so then we're able to individually and collectively leverage and influence other people to join us in this effort.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Board Member Brown, and Board Member Ragland.
Okay.
I'm sorry, let me start again. Dr. Pierce, thank you for asking that question. I really appreciate it. It was precisely one of the questions that I had, and realized that Judge Jamison was probably not the person to address that. So I'm glad that you got to that. I too, I commend you. I commend the formation and organization of this group. And I'm happy to hear, in answer to Dr. Pierce's question, that that you're talking about being as inclusive of all in the community as possible. And part of the reason that I ask that and ask for that is that I think to be successful, we need community buy-in. We need input and participation from all of the various groups that are here in Columbus and in Columbus schools. And we do need participation from all of the adult organizations and groups that are out there as well, whether nonprofit or government or neighborhood groups. And we need to make sure that with that participation from all, we can have this code apply to all. And my question about diversity was really getting at much the same thing, and probably not as artfully as I should have. But we've got in the school district itself, 53% of our students are Black. The other 47% are a variety of other things, and just we need for all to be represented and included, and have participation in developing the code of conduct. Well, let me ask first, does that make sense to you? Is that where you're headed, Reverend Wheeler?
Well, let me just say this. I believe that I believe in God, obviously, and I believe in one breath. One breath created us all. So we're all the same. And what's good for me is good for you in most instances. At least if it's good, it should be for you as well as for me. Justice should be equal for me like it should be equal for you. So with that concept in mind, that's what the CC, our community, is made up of all different nationalities and things of that racial groups, but they're human beings. And what we're focusing on is how human beings should be treated within the community. We happen to be in that group. I happen to be Black, given the title Black in America. So I'm in that Black group. Many different nationalities make me up. but I'm in that Black group because I've been identified that way. But most importantly, I'm in the human group, and that's God's group, and that's the group we're working to deliver all the things that we do. And that's why I'm proud to serve.
I appreciate that. And, I like that answer. I think it's important. And as I say, it's equally important that we are fully inclusive, which means that, the Asian American community, the Latinx community, we've got, a lot of groups, and having everybody's participation and involvement and acceptance of a code is so important.
Yes.
Let me, last question is, now, everybody's talked about this code as if it already exists. Is there a code already developed, or is this something that everybody's, yes?
It is a code already developed. It has been developed over the course of the last 6 years. I know that Kahari had talked about some of the things that were implemented from some of the other groups that went as far back as 2004. I wasn't a part of that aspect at all. I have been a part of it since 2015. And yes, it does incorporate the rules or the code. There are right now a total of, I think, of 12, and it's open. It's a work in progress. It continues to develop itself based upon things that we encounter in our community and that we're exposed to.
Well, great, thank you. Would you be able to provide us with a copy of that code?
It's on the website, and they did share. Yeah, they did share that website.
It's on our website?
No, it's on their website. They shared the website with us earlier. So we can make sure that we all see it. So board members, if you are really, really interested, you should take the time to research and connect with this group as well. We do want to move forward in the agenda. I think board member Ragland will make you the final comment here on this.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Wheeler, for your remarks and for bringing the CCCB before us today. A couple of things. I want to make it known because Eric, I consider you a friend, and I feel that it's important that I express to you my disappointment with the question about diversity that you asked of this group. I consider that to be a microaggression. From my perspective, I have not seen any other group come before this Board of Education and be asked about the makeup of their leadership structure. When you felt like this was an all African American leadership structure, you brought up the diversity of their leadership structure when they were very specific about this code of conduct being for the entire community. They were not exclusive to our African American students. They were not exclusive to any subgroup within our school community. And typically, these are the types of things that only happen to African Americans. I have not witnessed
Board member Ragland, I think that your point has been taken, well taken.
And James, if I could just respond briefly.
No.
I just.
So I know Board member Brown did already articulate, he did not ask that question as artfully as he wanted to. And he, I don't think that this is a time to get into this in a public meeting, a public setting. I think we can have a different conversation. I think that these conversations are important and critical. We are equity, implicit bias, microaggressions, all of this is in our vocabulary. It is something we are learning. So Board Member Ragland, your point and the impact of his statement on you is well taken. I just want to constructively handle this in a different forum and take it off.
I yield, Madam President. I yield.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and move on. And thank you so much, Reverend Wheeler, for addressing and all of the members of the community for bringing this topic to the board and definitely giving us a lot to think about and figuring out how to continue our work in collaboration with you through our goals as we move forward. So appreciate all of you coming this evening.
And Madam President, I simply wanted to say the same thing you did, that James and I can talk offline. And I want to have that conversation, and I want to give some thought to his comments and his perception of what I had to say. So
thank you both.
We'll talk.
This is a very good example of cultural responsiveness and being able to work through our difference. So we're modeling good behavior for our students. Okay, so thank you everyone, and thank you public for that long public comment with great information. So we are going to actually move on now in our agenda to our superintendent's report. So Madam Superintendent, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Adair, and to the board. I first would like to start with the introduction of our newest member of our executive team. And that is our new Deputy Superintendent of Operations, who is here with us tonight. I would like to introduce Dr. David James. Dr. James is the newly retired superintendent of Akron City Schools, where he spent the last 13 years as a superintendent. Akron City Schools is a district of 21,000 students. Prior to that, he has served as Executive Director of Business Affairs for 6 years, and he has also served in numerous other positions in the operation field. Dr. James has a bachelor's degree in economics, a master's degree in public education, and also a doctorate degree. We're so excited to have him and the expertise that he is going to bring to this organization and to the team as we are now having conversations about the facility master plan and other important endeavors that this district is going to be looking at in the field of operations. His expertise is needed, and I am really excited that he's going to be a part of this team. So I introduce you to Dr. David James, and Dr. James, feel free to bring any comments, please. And you're on mute.
You know, after this whole pandemic, that's something we still can't seem to get right. Thank you, Dr. Dixon, and distinguished members of the board president Adair. I welcome the opportunity and really to work in a supportive role to Dr. Dixon and all the things that are going on in Columbus City Schools, and also making sure that, you know, I can work with the executive team and then the operations team to meet the strategies, the goals and guardrails, the portrait of a graduate. I've always said that our, smooth running operations, help the academic work of the district. And that's what the operational side of a district is there to support, to make sure we're running efficiently, effectively. I know there's some work to be done on the facilities plan. I've had a lot of experience with that in Akron and a lot of the other operational areas, and even some of the topics that were just recently discussed, such as police in schools, restorative practices. I've had a good relationship with Judge Linda Teodosio of Summit County's juvenile court. So, all of those things certainly I believe will help our team be very effective. And again, just very happy to work for Dr. Dixon and to support her in the work she's doing with Columbus Public Schools.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. James, and welcome to CCS and part of the family. We look forward to working with you. I believe you are starting after we got back from break, our little break in August, or July, I'm sorry, July, coming back in August. And so we definitely look forward to working with you. Board members, any hellos or anything you'd like to say to Dr. James? They're
Welcome
waving.
to Columbus,
Remember
Dr.
Ragland.
James.
Welcome.
Welcome to Columbus, sir, and glad to have you here. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. James. It's a pleasure to see you again. It's been way too long. It's going to be a pleasure to work with you. I look forward to the ways in which you'll bring your expertise to help advance student learning in our district.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So Dr. James will start September 1st is when he will officially start with the team. So thank you, Dr. James, for being here. We're really excited to have you on the team. Okay, so next, we know a lot has happened in the district since the last board meeting. We've had, and I talked about the 19 graduation ceremonies, awarded diplomas to over 2,200 students over the course of 4 days. We finished the school year for staff and students on a traditional calendar on June 3rd, and then wrapped up our year-round school year at Woodcrest last week on June 10th. And yesterday, we welcomed more than 8,000 students for our in-person CCS Summer Experience Program. So it is shaping up to be an exciting summer as we continue to serve students in all grade levels with enrichment and learning recovery opportunities. We're looking forward to celebrating our summer graduates on August 14th to cap off the season. So tonight, you will hear two important presentations. One of our end of the year data related to the board goals, and another an updated guidance on our plans for the start of the 2021-22 school year. Before we get to our presentations, we want to take some time to express our deepest gratitude and appreciations to our partners. In a year like none other, we could not have succeeded without the dedicated support and ongoing efforts of our partner organizations and the individuals who led them. We succeeded this year because we had partners, unbelievable partners, who made sure Columbus City School students and their families received the basic needs and essential supports during the global pandemic, and made sure our students had access to technology and a safe learning spaces to continue their education even when the classrooms were shut down. Thank you to the partners that provided everything from Chromebooks to Wi-Fi hotspots, to meals and learning extension centers and everything in between. Throughout the school year, we enlisted our ever-growing number of partners to support our mission and our families. The engagement team kept the work of these partners aligned and informed with virtual meetings and email updates reaching hundreds of partners across our city every week. I joined several of those sessions to thank our partners in person and to hear feedback. In the district's 175-year history, never have our partners risen to such heights and provided such unprecedented support. The power of partnerships make this an unparalleled year for Columbus City Schools. And we are set to harness that power again as we move into the next school year with an intentional focus on engaging, strengthening, and aligning our partnerships in new ways under a restructured Department of Communications and Engagement. Tonight, I'd like to ask the board to join me in recognizing and thanking the historic and heroic efforts of our partners. Our Chief Engagement Officer, Alicia Gillison, and Executive Director Scott Varner are joined by some of our community partners here tonight for a special partnership appreciation. I'll turn it over to Mrs. Gillison to tell you more.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dixon. And you said it all. This year was a very hard year, but when you think of partnerships, partnership is a cooperative and a collaborative relationship between people and groups who agree to share the responsibility for achieving goals. And our goals, our students were at the center of each and every one of those goals. Scott? Here we go. All right. So we want to welcome and show appreciation to our partners and talk about the partnership strategy with 4 basic tenets. And the first is keeping the students at the center of everything we do. Our partners, we were committed to authentic engagement and to enlisting partners to take action on true needs, not just sitting and meeting and admiring issues. We had a partnership and action team, and the focus of that team was to get into action to support students and families. And we did it constantly and consistently, engaging our entire community. And we thank all of our partners for that. We know there's an ecosystem of support. That's our school, home, and engagement. But we know that center, that convergence area is the student's best opportunity for success. And we are working with the National Network of Partnership Schools, and you'll see more about that next year. That is the Joyce Epstein model and the importance of partnership, which Dr. Dixon has made that one of the priorities for us this year. We had new initiatives, our partners leaning in on everything from learning extension centers, virtual engagement sessions, knocking on doors, meeting with our EL families. Oh, here we go. All right, and our learning extension centers, for those of you that aren't familiar with those, we have partners who opened up their doors to provide safe adult supervised spaces, welcoming spaces for our students to connect to broadband if they didn't have broadband at home, if they didn't have technology at home, if they didn't have a caring adult at home, if they didn't have a meal at home. We had at one point, we had over 150 learning extension centers across the city, from faith-based organizations opening their doors, community centers opening their doors, YMCA, YWCA opening their doors. And for what? Our students, because that who was center to what we needed. Bilingual engagement liaisons. If you think about the barriers of our immigrants, new American and refugees families face, one of the major barriers is to be actively engaged with their school and with their teachers because of that language barrier. We went into partnership with ETSS and Ohio Hispanic Coalition to work with our families, to partner with our families, more than just phone calls. Oh no, our bilingual engagement liaisons actually went out to homes working with those families. In every language, let's see, Somali, Spanish, Mai, Arabic, Nepali, and Kinyarwanda, our bilingual engagement liaisons were there. And we have data to show that it helped close the attendance gap, especially during that pandemic period. Authentic engagement starts with partners that don't stand back and wait for families to come to us. We have partners, National Center for Urban Solutions. We even partnered with our safety and security teams to go out to families, Meet them where they are. If they are at home, then you meet them at home. If they want to meet at the library, you meet them there. And what were they doing? They were helping our families and our students to re-engage with the district. We Care Wednesday, and I love this picture because when you talk about engagement and partnerships, it's not only partnering with organizations, it's partnering inside our own organization. And our We Care Wednesday, those check and connect phone calls where we had actual board members and a plethora of volunteers calling. We reached approximately 29,000 homes, and that's folks volunteering, wanting to partner with us as we partnered with Lutheran Social Services. And we weren't calling to say, why isn't your child at school today? We were calling to let you know we care. We're calling to check on you, to make sure you and your family are in a good social emotional space. And then you have to, this K-12 continuum that we talk about, it ends with this culmination that we call graduation. And that's something very, very exciting. And they're going to share some numbers a little bit later. But we had learning extension centers opening up their doors for senior success centers. We kept our seniors engaged with Senior Fest 21, which was a celebration that started in April and ran all the way through graduation with yard signs. Here's Dr. Dixon giving a young lady a prize for being on task and doing what she should be doing. College signing day, getting our young people motivated and letting them know that we care about them. And then you can't talk about all of those partners and not talk about the partners at home. Talk about the families. Those families partnering with us with our virtual family engagement session every Tuesday and Thursday. We've actually had some parents on every session. And those Thursday super sessions with our superintendent, when you talk about 360 degrees of partnership, and you talk about that convergence, that school, home, and community, our partners stepped up to the challenge. And we're so very, very thankful for you stepping up to the challenge. We knew that once the pandemic hit, that it was going to be a very long road. Sometimes it was dark and we didn't know how we were going to do everything we needed to do to support our kids. But our partners, you were there with us every step of the way. To all of our amazing partners out there, it was a long road, but you walked every step of the way with us. When times got hard, you lifted our children up, and that's what it's all about. And this was our tribute to you. I have a couple of partners on the line that were both in the Partnership and Action team and also ran LECs. And Nancy Brody, do you want to talk a little, and it has to be brief because we kind of went long, but I just wanted you to give you an opportunity to share for a moment.
So I have to tell you, just watching that presentation, I got very emotional because there in front of me, I saw all the community agencies that came together, you know, under the leadership of Ms. Gillison and Mr. Varner. I feel like we really came together as a community, looked and saw that the kids in Columbus City Schools are all of our children. And we each came with our different niche and we worked together to help everyone get through this pandemic. And this is my 23rd year at the YMCA, and I have never seen community partnership with a district come to this level. So really a special thanks to Ms. Gillison and Mr. Varner for helping us do this together. And I look forward to all of our momentum continuing into the next year with further partnerships together. Also, one other thing I wanted to add, Ms. Gillison talked about the virtual family engagement opportunities, and I tried to listen in to as many as I could, just so the board and everyone knows there were over 70 different virtual family opportunities. That's a ton, meeting lots of different needs. So just happy to be here celebrating and to be at your board meeting.
All right, thank you. And we appreciate and celebrate you. And I think you heard our superintendent, Dr. Dixon, talked about how the engagement is going to continue next year. And she said bigger and better, right? So you know what, hold on, because stay right there with us. All right, thank you for that, thank you for that, Nancy. Now, I'm not sure if Nettie is here from Adam H.
Hello?
Yes, Nettie.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got disconnected. Yeah, I'm here. I'm the community prevention manager from the Adam board. And as all of you know, you joined us in passing the levy last year. And our partners really stepped up, our providers, and they reimagined, actually revisioned their work in such a way that they could do all of the things that Nancy talked about. The community engagement, they went to families, they went to green spaces. They delivered their services, whether it was online and platforms, as everybody talked about in LEC centers. And then they found other ways, care packages is going in the homes, really so that the families had all of the resources they need. And I thought about a couple of quotes. And one quote that really stuck with me was, as a collective, we really empathize the Nigerian proverbs. In the moment of crisis, the wise build bridges. And then I thought about what Bishop Desmond Tutu said, that our humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together. And I think that the Engagement Center, that was what our mission and our passion, our goal was, is that the humanity of all of our young people, their families, and the whole community. And that fits with the Adam Board's mission and vision in terms of promoting health and mental health. And so the prevention services was able to connect our communities, ensuring that 4 out of 5 students could benefit from prevention services, receive them, and at the same time that 1 in 5 students who needed treatment services could have access to them. So I believe that the Partnership and Action really propelled us to engage in the coalition work for the benefit of the community today, and also to optimize the students' future. And I just want to thank Mrs. Gillison and Scott and all the other partners who really did exceedingly above all any of us could ask or think in order to actualize hope in the community this year. That's it.
All right, thank you all. If everyone can turn on your cameras so you can see Dr. Dixon and our board can see you, because this is your opportunity. We appreciate you and we thank you so very, very much. Also in the room, of course, Katina Fullen from I Know I Can, T Street, the Ohio State University, and I Know I Can, Abby Fisher from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central Ohio, Kim Robinson, Kingdom Power Baptist Church, Tommy, my neighbor, Tommy Ferguson from St. Stephen's Community House, William West, Chosen to Live Outreach Ministries. In their LEC, he and his wife actually cooked for the students, hot meals for the young people. And Rick Studer, Columbus Rotary, Mary Margaritas, Direction of Youth and Family, Aaron Upchurch, hi Aaron, Amanda, hello, and Dr. Salashi from ETSS, Emmanuel from ETSS, Amy Gordon, Ben Rosen, and Christina, and Sharon Holloway from National Center for Urban Solution. A plethora of you all. We wouldn't be where we are today if it wasn't for you walking right with us on that long road. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
But thank you again, Alicia and Scott Varner. Many of you guys, we know Alicia is leaving, going to another opportunity. And as I stated at the board meetings before, this, leadership matters. And we know that this work could not have been possible without her leadership. And you will definitely be missed, as I stated before, Alicia, when I asked you to lead this strategy. I knew what I was doing, and I knew that you would take this work to unprecedented measures, and you did. And the community stepped up and rallied behind you and the district, and for us to make this work possible. And my commitment to the district, again, as we give Alicia a round of applause, I saw the board members clapping. Yes, let's give her a round of applause. And we, my commitment was that, well, my commitment is that we will find another leader, but we know we will not replace you. And so the leader of this strategy moving forward would be an executive director, and that will be working with communications. But you have done a great job, and I know that Scott Varner is going to continue with the family engagement piece. And we're going to find new ways to engage partners, and more people in the city of Columbus, because city of Columbus has shown, as I stated before, the power is partnership and this dedication to the students and the families of Columbus City Schools. So thank you so much for your efforts. Okay, and thank you again, partners. We look forward to more engagement and more conversations this summer as we prepare for next year, for next school year.
Thank you all.
So now, next, I would like to introduce our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Terry Breeden, and our Chief Accountability Officer, Dr. Michelle Klein, to present the end of year data related to board goals 1 and 3, and an update on the status of board goal 2. Now that the Board of Education has officially adopted its goals and guardrails, we will be transitioning the structure of our reports and presentations to align with each of the goals and guardrails throughout the school year. We will be monitoring our progress on each and reporting out to the board on a regular basis with deeper dives on the data. Tonight's presentation is the first of those important updates. I will turn it over to Dr. Terry Breeden and to Dr. Klein to begin the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to do report 1 on your board goals and end of the year data. As Dr. James was introduced, I thought you're right here at the beginning. So we're also happy to have you join us as we discuss this with our school board. So let's get started. There are 3 goals that we as a group decided would be the things that we would report to the board. These were your top priorities. 1 was strengthening reading proficiency. 2, develop portrait-ready graduates. And number 3, close opportunity gaps. So let's take a look at reading. The board goal focuses on the Ohio State test and 3rd grade students' proficiency. We set a goal, but we are unable to report on that tonight because the state does not release their data until June 28th for our third graders. And then the other state data comes in around June 30th. However, we do have some cautionary early indicators that we want to share with you. When I looked at this slide today, I thought when you see that many asterisks, you know that we do have to look at this with a little bit of caution. But I am so excited to have this because it is very hard to plan and to forecast ahead when you really have nothing, which has been the case over the last 2 years. So let me just talk you through this just a little bit. Let's start with kindergarten. If you'll notice the first asterisk by 2018 and 2019, you will see that that was just a pilot year where we had iReady. One of the really nice things about being in Columbus schools is that we're not just dependent on state data. We have partnered with iReady, and we give 3 of their assessments each year, the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. And this data are to be predictive of the Ohio State test. Sometimes it's at real predictive and sometimes it's not quite as predictive. But we had 46 schools that were in the pilot with iReady. And so this is not the entire kindergarten group in 2018 and 19, but their level of proficiency, there were 33% of the kindergartners in that year that were proficient. In 2019 and 20, we were not able to give this assessment. This assessment is to be done in school settings, and we were not able to do that. And then this year, just recently, we gave the end of the year test, and we were very pleased to see that the number of students who were proficient did not decrease as predicted by national studies, but it in fact went up by 2%. We were ready for the data to drop 6 to 10% is what national experts were telling us. So we were pleased to see that we did not suffer such a devastating blow due to the pandemic. And I'll talk a little bit more about that after we go through the other grade levels. In first grade, in 2018 and 19, we were at 24%. Just recently, when we looked at our data this year, it is 20%. So we had a 4% decline. Second grade, in 18-19, it was 21%. It is now 18%. And then third grade was at 15%, and we were very pleased to see that it went up 4% to 19%. Now, we are certainly not satisfied with 35%, 20%, 18%, or 19%, but it at least gives us some guidance to the impact of what happened during the pandemic. I was very excited to see this. I think it helps us as we plan. And I thought, well, why didn't we suffer what we predicted and the national experts thought? And I think it really ties in nicely to what we just talked about with our partnerships and our learning extension centers. I also want to thank all the parents and the grandparents and the aunts and uncles and big brothers and sisters who worked with our students at home. And lastly, I really want to thank all the teachers in CCS and the hard work that they have done so that we are just not another national statistic of losing 10% of our students on the proficiency data report. So I am glad to report this data. As I said, we do have to take it with a cautionary note. But I think also another thing that we had was our curriculum. You all have approved many items that we have purchased and teacher time that we have also asked for to work on our curriculum. And I think if we hadn't done all those things, we would have fallen in line with the statistics that we were hearing from national organizations. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Goal 2. We are putting the finishing touches on the strategic plan, and we have been out with the public and talking about it and socializing it. And one of the things, no matter which group that we've talked to, that we continually hear is they love the attributes. They think they are spot on. They can see why we decided on those. And that really reinforces to me that we got it right as we think about the attributes that we want in our graduates. Last time I was here talking about this, I talked about that we want a pre-K through 12 continuum so that we're not just waiting till the students are in high school to begin talking about these attributes, but we're starting the first day of our preschool program. And I just want to tell you a little bit, there's lots of things that we are working on, but I just wanted to highlight how we're dealing with the changes that we want to bring about in our curriculum. And we'd like to go to the next slide. And we have not finalized what the seal will be, but we are doing a lot of the pre-work, and that is on the next slide. When we look at our pre-K through 2 and our 3 through 5 continuum on the portrait of a graduate, 1, understanding the vocabulary, so you're building your artist palette, or becoming self-aware of our attributes, we assembled a team, and Dr. Betty Hill is leading those teachers. And I'd like her just to tell a little bit about the work they're doing and how we're beginning to bring the portrait of a graduate into our new revised curriculum in our Canvas learning management system. So Betty, if you're on, would you like to tell us a little bit what you've been up to?
Absolutely, Dr. Breeden, thank you. So for the Portrait of a Graduate curriculum writing, we have brought together a diverse group of educators, and they range from the fine arts to physical education, intervention, and pre-K. And in our initial meeting, we met in a large group to discuss the pre-K through 12 continuum, visioning, and a timeline for our work. From this larger group of curriculum writers, we developed 3 teams. And those teams will work on specific tasks. We developed the pre-K through 1, the first grade, and they'll develop lessons and activities to help students understand what the portrait of a graduate attribute is, what it looks like, and what it sounds like. And as you said, develop vocabulary. The third grade team, the third grade team will develop curriculum that will enable students to design their student surveys for the portrait of a graduate. And finally, there will be a team that works on lessons and activities for the 4th grade student rubric. All of our curriculum writers will be writing, all of the writing teams will work to develop professional development so that each of our teams, each of our teachers will be able to put professional development activities into our district Canvas platform. One thing that I did want to mention also is that the curriculum writing teams meet weekly and share ideas and provide collaborative feedback to each other on their progress.
Thank you very much. So let's talk about 6 through 12. In the 6 through 8 curriculum, as we mentioned, we want to really partner with Columbus State as we're developing our portrait of a graduate. And so we were just having a conversation with them last week, and they have 2 wonderful courses that they can bring to our middle schools, really that focus on information technology. And I think that will be a very exciting project to involve ourselves in. So we're very excited about moving that forward. And then in grades 9 through 12, one of the things that we have seen a need for all along is that some of our high schools do not have at least one complete CTE pathway. They have a lot of a la carte type courses, but we also want to make that a goal because we want these students to be prepared as they look to their future and exhibit their portrait of a graduate. So this is a very exciting project, and we're glad to have some of these things underway. On our next slide that we'll look at, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Klein to take us through board goal number 3.
Thank you so much, Dr. Breeden. It is such a pleasure to be here this evening. You'll remember the Board of Education goal number 3 states that the percentage of 4-year graduation cohort students who complete state and district graduation requirements will increase from 81.2% in June of 2021 to 86% in June of 2026. Please remember that graduation rates are 1 year in the rears. Let's take a look at our 4-year longitudinal graduation rates, as well as our 2021 preliminary rate. Historically, our 4-year graduation rates have ranged from 74.1% to 82.1% over the last 5 years. Remember that we also have a 5-year graduation rate, which includes those students who need an additional year to complete requirements. The 5-year graduation rate has spanned from 81.2% to 86.5% over the last 5 years. This 5-year rate measures all students who graduate within 5 years of their original entry into 9th grade. Our current preliminary rate is 73.27%. This will increase due to our STEM schools reporting their data and our summer school graduates that we look forward to telling you about from cohort 2021, who will graduate in August. As of June 14th, our 4-year graduation rate for cohort 2021 students is 73.27%. This illustration shows you the percentage of graduates and non-graduates per region. Please keep in mind that STEM schools within our attendance area, such as Metro, Ohio School for the Blind, and Ohio School for the Deaf, do count toward our graduation rate. These are labeled as non-region schools in this diagram. At this time, the Metro, OSD, and OSB school graduates have not been reported to the Ohio Department of Education. Historically, we see an increase when these graduates are reported. In addition, all summer graduates who are part of the cohort 2021 will count towards our 4-year graduation rate. So how does this data break down by student groups? Here is an illustration of our cohort 2020 and 2021 graduates by the student group of race ethnicity. You can see our current preliminary graduation rate of the 73.27%. Please note that we will need to give some additional support and resources to the student groups with the lowest graduation rates. Although our Hispanic students have increased in graduation rate percentages from last year, 61.47% up to 63.75% this year so far, the graduation gap to our district graduation rate is approximately 10% for those students. This is the largest gap among any race ethnicity group. The graduation rate increase of Hispanic students is not representative of the change realized in all other student race ethnicity groups, where decreases factored as high as 14.37%. The decrease of graduation rates of students with IEPs and English learners of approximately 5% is less than that of all students' decreases of 7.98%, indicating that we continue to close the gap even while being affected by a pandemic. Congratulations to those IEP and English learner students. One statistic that we may not readily realize or have even thought possible is that our gifted students actually decreased greater than our all students at a rate of 8.88%, a statistic we need to dive deeper into. So how did our IEP and LEP teams do this? The IEP and LEP teams have been working to reduce the gaps between student groups and performance. The 3 strategies used most frequently are targeted and rigorous instruction, the use of inclusive practices and scheduling, as well as IEP and LEP teams' access to transition and planning to benefit all of our students. Here is an illustration of our cohort 2020 and 2021 graduates by gender. The discrepancy between our male and female student graduation percent has gone from 11.71% for 2019-20 to just over 10% this school year. So although the gap has narrowed, we need to shift the gap upward in a positive direction. There are also inactive students from cohort 2021 who have been withdrawn or who are no longer on our active rosters. These students are no longer enrolled, but they have a negative impact on our graduation denominator. An example of this is a student who enrolled in 2018-19 school year, transferred out with a records request, but failed to attend the new school district. In instances such as these, Columbus City Schools is charged with the dropout. Another example would be a student who is 18 years of age and decides to withdraw. There are also students in this inactive cohort category which will help our graduation rate. For example, a student who is an early graduate. A student of this nature who graduates in 2021 but has a 4-year cohort of 2022 will count toward the 2022 graduation rate. Therefore, they show as inactive now since they have met all graduation requirements. Our largest population of inactive students are students that were withdrawn due to unable to locate over the last 4 years. Despite our intense unable to locate checklist, which includes phone calls, letters, emails, house checks, at times we still cannot locate students. This is not just a problem for Columbus City Schools, but is a problem for all districts. All hands on deck was our theme for getting active cohort 2021 students into summer school so that credits toward graduation could be earned. Our superintendent made sure of that. A total of 326 scholars have enrolled out of 411 active cohort 2021 students who have yet to earn their diploma. In this group of 85 students, there are 40 students who have earned 18 or more credits and who have a likely opportunity to earn their diploma this summer. It is important to note that we also have 22 or 5.4% students who are returning with us for an additional year of education to meet their individual education plan goals or IEP goals. They will continue their education by participating in on-site job training into a 5th year. This is in the best interest of the students' long-term success in becoming active and participating members in our community. Lifelong and specialized learning is supportive of the whole child approach that places the student's development and growth over reporting of the graduation rate. Other students in the non-region category are students who are in the Juvenile Intervention Center, Ohio School for the Blind, Ohio School for the Deaf, and the Board of Developmental Disabilities. Thank you so kindly for allowing us to update you on the Board of Education goals. We hope this data has been useful, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Dr. Dixon?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Khan. While we wait for any questions, I would like to say, as we talk about our partners, I'd be remiss if we didn't give thanks to the City of Columbus and their efforts. I thought it would bode nicely to come after the academic data because they were able to support us with our iPads for our special needs students and also our Chromebooks for all of our other students. So thank you to the City of Columbus, the Mayor's Office and City Council for your support of Columbus City Schools, your efforts to provide those devices for our students made a difference. And I just wanted to say thank you for those efforts. I thought they would go nicely after the academic, because those were materials that was directly related to our students being able to have those access to continue their work by having those devices. So thank you. And I agree, Matt Smidle, with the comment you put in the chat. All of that work that the council and the city provided for us, from LECs to our devices, we want to thank you and say that publicly. Back to you, board member. President Adair, for any questions.
Yes, we have questions. We'll start with board member Beckerly and then go to Dr. Pierce.
I have a couple of questions and a couple of comments. If we could go back to Dr. Hill and some of the discussion about the beginning to build out the portrait of the graduate curriculum. You mentioned student surveys. Was that like surveys to figure out what their competencies were, or what were we talking about there?
Yes, the surveys are to enable the students to discover which one of the attributes, the 6 attributes that they identify with themselves. So the students will, yes, develop an understanding.
Exploring the attributes, getting comfortable with the attributes, because it sounds like that early stuff is to sort of ingrain it into the culture, or the being, or the, you know, the DNA of the whole student.
Yes, and the great part about that is that they will understand the attributes, and then they will also collect data from the surveys that they give about, learn about themselves, collect data, and then also analyze and interpret that data as well.
But yeah, okay, very cool. Then the next question, I think I heard something about a 4th grade rubric or mastery. Is that like a place where you're doing a mastery test or a skills based? Like, is there's it sounded to me like there's certain points where you're building in how are they doing? Are they there? Have they mastered up until now? And that kind of thing. Was that what that was? I overheard, or I think I heard.
So all of these activities are student led. So all of the curriculum and activities that we are developing as a part of this curriculum is to enable students to have the ability to lead their own learning. And so it's all about student opportunities to be the architects and creators of their own learning opportunities. So those surveys are to help them understand the attributes and which one that they may identify with. And then the rubrics are then for them to develop to move toward developing their learning opportunities as they move on into the secondary levels, and build that trajectory of learning as they move into the secondary part of their education.
Okay. Then just, and I don't think this was necessarily your area, Dr. Hill, but the info technology stuff is great. From talking to educators and people who are sort of on this cutting edge of technology and education and all of that, so I was really happy to see it. My sense of it is, and I don't understand this as well as I can just parrot it, but the great equalizer, and hence the great equity gap closer, is they distinguish between your ability to use the technology, like everybody can use their phone and blah, 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 and your technology literacy, kind of understanding it deeper. Maybe I don't think it's as simple as writing code or not writing code, but there's like a facility with technology. So to the extent this is tying into that, I think that's really wonderful, that's the focus. And then one question that about the CTA pathways in each high school, CTE rather, that strikes me as something that the facilities master planning process is dealing with as well, wrestling with, do we like our centralized, there's pros and cons between centralized CTE and, diffused, I guess, or decentralized. And just, I think that I just want to make sure we're all sort of checking in with each other as these processes are going forward, because for the portrait curriculum to conclude, or no, I guess this was the last, I don't know if it was a portrait thing now that I have, but I have a note. I just wanted to make a mental note that if we're deciding on the academic curriculum instruction side of the house, that CTE in every building, or ACE and established CTE path in every building is what we value. We got to make sure that we're tying that back with facilities master planning.
I think most importantly, the most important point to make here is that we are connecting with many of our community partners, and we've talked a lot about this evening, but we are making connections in a greater way with many of our community partners, many of our businesses in the community. We're connecting students and teachers with those partners, and enabling students to have opportunities, increased opportunities that will also support the Portrait of a Graduate, but also ultimately support their learning as they move forward and create their vision of their opportunity to create create a plan for their learning as they create that 6-year plan once they get past the elementary portion of the Portrait of a Graduate. So I think more it speaks to how we're creating opportunities in the community and connecting the community to us, not just changing what's happening with CTE and make it more centralized.
Right, yeah, so CTE need not necessarily be a career program. It could be local businesses or something. I just want to, my radar started pinging about, let's make sure we're all on the same. All right, that's all pretty exciting stuff. I think that's really all I had. Thank you. I love focusing on this stuff, and I think that it's really good to exercise our muscles. We're focusing on outcomes and the goals and guardrails, so we're getting in shape.
Thank you, Board Member Beckerly. Dr. Pierce.
Thank you so much, President Adair. First and foremost, let me thank our administration, in particular, Chief Gillison, for providing an opportunity to thank our community partners. Often the work that our community partners and volunteers do is really thankless, and it was heartwarming to see the ways that, again, the administration and Chief Gillison came together to thank them. While we can never thank them enough, it meant a lot to take that time to appreciate them for everything that they've done. So thank you to everybody for that, and to our community partners, those named and those unnamed. Dr. Breeden, thank you so much also for your vulnerability. And when you gave your report, because you know that kindergarten number had me a bit struck there when I saw that 35 and how it went up. And my initial question was, how can we attribute that to our district? How can we attribute that to our teachers? And I appreciate you for being vulnerable, transparent enough to say, hey, there were community partners who stepped in, there were parents that were helping, there were siblings that were helping. We came together to ensure that our students in that particular group were proficient and doing well. So thank you for that. The real question that I have relates to our graduation rate. And is it possible to pull up that first slide, Dr. Klein, when you were reviewing those graduation percentages for me?
Absolutely, ma'am.
I think it was the one where we gave the overall graduation rates. That's that first slide.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. It's coming, Dr. Pierce. Just hold on 1 second, ma'am. How about that one, ma'am?
Yes, that's it. So with our, with this rate, this is their cohort graduation rate, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I guess as we started to break down the demographics and start to look at particular student groups and populations, we lost the cohort factor. And so I wonder, as we continue to present this data in future presentations, that we're able to, maybe in a bullet point or in parentheses, always keep that cohort factor present and visible. To me, that's important because people need to know the context in which the graduation rate is occurring. So when you got to, and I'll just pick the one that was by race, right? When we started to look at race and ethnicity, we took it as a whole 100% of the complete student population by how much that population was. But I think there's value to still remind people that we're looking at these numbers in the context of cohorts, right? So when we're looking at that 81.25%, right? That's the graduates. Also put that indicator in there so we know how many were expected to graduate from that class, right? How large that class kind of started out as opposed to this complete 100%. Does that make sense to you?
So the numbers are here on the left. So 2,582 graduated. So you would just add the 596. That would be the total class.
Well, I wonder if in that 2,582.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, that's just lumping together the 100% of the students that we have in that particular category. But when you do a chart like this, I still think there's value in that blue space of providing context for how many of that 81%, how am I saying this? How are you capturing the students that aren't graduating, that are still in that senior class?
596.
No, because that 596 is your entire, is that your entire population? Because it followed over in the next two slides.
Mm-hmm. So you're just asking for an additional data point. Is that correct?
I just think there's value in providing that context for that data point.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
If it's not presented, maybe that it's just a bullet point at the bottom.
Yeah. Thank you for the suggestion, Dr. Pierce. I can tell you that we took a lot of time and effort to try to make these as readable as possible, but at the same time to give everyone enough information. But I truly appreciate your comment and thoughts because we can always get better.
No, so one, this is excellent. I appreciate the data presentation, all the data that's in here and the points. What I don't want us to lose sight of is the fact that in our district, we're working really hard to improve our graduation rates. And I don't want people to simply focus on that one, lower graduation rate instead of looking at the entire context of the situation.
And I think that September will bring us even better news, but I think that we also need to realize that as an entire district, being the largest district and the best district in the state of Ohio, I think we need to realize that our graduation rate right now, even though it isn't where we want it to be, it is extremely higher than that of our counterparts at this particular time. And so I'm very proud of not just our community members and our teachers and our parents and everybody, but our students most importantly, because they have come together to make this happen. It was only 2 months ago that Alicia brought together a group and we were in the 50s, Dr. Pierce. we were in the 50% that were on track to graduate. So I'm very proud of all that have contributed to this effort.
No, I agree with you. Couldn't agree more. And again, this data point is, well, the request is just that we're providing additional context, and maybe the region one is the better slide to look at, because I can only think of when I stood at high school graduations and heard how, what the percentage of the actual class was graduating from each school, right? And I heard some 70s, and I heard some 100s, and I heard some 80s. So again, just to have that additional context in with it would be great.
Dr. Pierce, thank you so much for mentioning that. I do want to explain something that is important to all of us, and that is the students that are active. Those are students that are currently enrolled. Our graduation rates are an extremely larger number for students that are enrolled versus the students that have actually withdrawn over the last 4 years. And that is one of the difficulties, as I mentioned in my presentation, with our system of reporting. If a student enrolls as a freshman, fails all their classes, and then transfers out to another district but never attends, we are still charged with that student. And if we cannot find he or she, that student is charged against us in our denominator. And that is really tough sometimes for us to find them. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. If we could add that in, that would be great. Just a little bullet point or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's why I put it in my comments. It's really important to me, but thank you so kindly.
Those were all my questions.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was waiting to make sure. All right. We'll move to Board Member Cole.
Sorry, I was trying to find my unmute button. My question overall is, where are those critical areas where we're looking at making a pivot? You explained one of them as CTE and the incorporation of CTE into middle school, which is very exciting. I think that there's opportunity, particularly with things in the information technology sector, coding and those things relevant. That could even possibly even count as a language credit. All of these things are all language-based, interestingly. So I love the fact that we're looking at the middle school incorporation of CTE. I think I was a little perplexed by seeing the growth of kindergarten students in terms of their reading, but seeing those 4-point decreases in the slightly higher grades up to 3rd grade. Do we have any idea of what could have possibly accounted for that? And if there were any gaps on our end as a district in provision of opportunities, resources for students? That's my first question.
I have been looking at the data, and I'm like you, I have a million thoughts of what this could be, but I've kind of made myself not do that. For example, with the kindergarten, I thought, one, we've increased our preschool, and that has probably helped us some with kindergarten. We have really improved our curriculum, and I thought about that. But then I also thought, well, kindergarten students haven't been in school 2 years. They've only probably been in school 1 year if they did not go to our, preschool thing. So I thought of a million things. And then I told myself, I think I pride myself in statistics as an area I'm very comfortable with. And I thought, yeah, but I don't have hard evidence to make decisions. But I do know that we are not following the national trend of falling behind, and being an urban district, I was very afraid that we would follow that trend. So I think we've done a lot of things right. I think where I am living is, what if we hadn't had a pandemic and we'd had this community support and we had this curriculum? Where would we be now? And I'm really ready to get that synergy and move forward, because we've got some things. If we survived this and did better than the national statistics, and also what Dr. Klein just said about our graduation, we have got some things in place, and I think we will move forward and make some great strides. But I appreciate your comments, and I think you're like me, we ought to have, just think about what all this could be. I brought in several staff members today, and we just dialogued around the data.
Okay, awesome. My other question is around, how can I say? I've lost my thought. I'm trying to, it's kind of a big, complex kind of question, but I'm trying to just kind of piece it together in mind. Certainly, if it doesn't come to mind 5 minutes, I'll definitely circle back at a later time. But I just think that I'm encouraged by where we're on track, where we're not that far off track. I heard a lot of graduation numbers per school, like Lyndon McKinley, for example, that was in the 80th, mid 80 percentile for graduation rate. Other schools that were in the 90% percentile, like the Eastmoor Academy. I was very, very pleased to see how well our students are doing and progressing, and encourage those who are watching or families watching to see how well we're doing and bring your youngster back to us to finish what they started. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cole. I'll go back to Board Member Beckerly for one quick statement.
Okay.
That's what she wrote.
Statement. I think that, yes, I couldn't agree more. Proud of how many students were able to cross that stage in this pandemic. And I just, having been in that role of, that final push many years ago, and knowing what went into that in terms of staff and support, and everyone like uber focused on how do we get these kids, the ones that are on the cusp to get over it. We cannot acknowledge or be grateful enough to what went into making that happen. I mean, and one thing that I know we had this year, I don't know if we had it years gone by, but, or maybe it's like the second year, I think she told me, I think they were called graduation coaches, whose job it was to focus on that, I'm sure earlier than the last few months, who literally were knocking on doors and doing those sorts of things and dragging the kids in. And so much of it at that point is like coaxing the kids. Like and I think that we need to be doing that every year, and our graduation rate will go way up. And I think we will, because we've done it once and we know how. And I think it's going to just happen again. I'm hopeful. And so I think that's probably a real explanatory factor. Anyway, that wasn't as quick as I thought, sorry. But really, debt of gratitude, and also now that we know how to do it, we need to keep doing it.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Beckerly. I do not believe there are any additional questions, but I cannot see all of you. Oh, there you are. So I think I'm turning it back over to Superintendent right now, because I'm not sure. I don't think there's any more questions. No one's waving at me, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And again, as it's been stated, thank you again to all the teachers and administrators, all that played a part in getting our students across the graduation stage. I mean, they have earned their diplomas, and we did a great job as a district during a pandemic. So when we start next year, we've already started with summer school, just engaging our students differently. And I think that's where the rubber meets the road. How do we make sure that our students come to school ready to be engaged, loving learning, doing something different? And we've seen that happen yesterday when they started the summer experience. So I believe we're going to see more students across the stage with their diplomas, with their portrait seals, and really engaged in learning across the district. So we're excited, we're on our way, and to thank you to all who have helped lead and facilitate this great work that we're doing in our district and in our community. So our final presentation tonight is an update on our planning and preparations for the 2021-22 school year. The team originally presented to the Board of Education on May 5th with our preliminary plans for the new school year. Since that first presentation, much of the COVID-19 health and safety guidance and mandates have changed at the local, state, and national levels. Throughout the pandemic, we have been accustomed to changing course based on the data and our guidance at hand. As we prepare for the next school year, this needs to be nimble in our planning has not changed. It is our intention to safely open our schools 5 days a week for in-person learning for the next school year. This includes our year-round school at Woodcrest Elementary, which began classes on July 29th, and our traditional calendar schools, which begin classes on August 26th. We will also be offering a mostly remote learning option through our Blend Ed program, which was presented to the board last month. Tonight, you will hear updates on our reopening plans from our team as they continue to consider all of the latest health and safety guidance we receive. Now I will turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Dr. John Stanford to begin the presentation. Dr. Stanford. You're on mute, Dr. Stanford.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Madam President, Madam Vice President, and members of the board. As you know, we presented a summary of our mitigation strategies and transportation plans for the new school year on May the 5th. We are back this evening, as the superintendent indicated, to give an update on those strategies and plans given the new COVID announcements made after the May 5th meeting. Again, please note that tonight's recommendations reflect our current knowledge and predictions for the fall. If the situation changes with COVID-19 between now and the start for school, we may have to revisit the recommendations again. I will start tonight's presentation with a quick overview of the mitigation strategies presented on May the 5th. I will then bring on Dr. Roush to review the new COVID announcements made in May and in June. Dr. Clarno and Dr. Hill are here this evening to give a quick update on the status of fall and non-sport extracurricular activities due to the announcements made. Mr. Weinheimer with Transportation will provide you an update on the transportation assumptions and concerns for our traditional transportation model. He will then present a summary of our traditional service model and a recommended service model for the new school year. He will then conclude his transportation presentation with a list of the simultaneous strategies that the team will implement to get us ready for the fall. He will then turn the presentation over to Ms. Trigg on our HR team to share some of our bus driver recruitment strategies that we are using to build our driver capacity in preparation for the fall school year. I will return after Ms. Trigg's overview to summarize the presentation. Okay, let's get started with a review of the May mitigation strategies. On May the 5th, we presented to you that we were going to continue the 3 W's of wearing a mask, washing our hands, and watching our distance. We would continue the CATS monitoring, and that is still the plan based on our conversations with the CATS team at OSU. We will also continue the contact tracing and family and caregiver notifications because that is still the one order that is still in place from the state in order for school districts to continue. And then we will start conversations with Nationwide Children's Hospital on the student COVID testing and student vaccine programs that we had this year. They've been very busy with the countywide vaccination programs. And so we will have those conversations with them and plenty of time to be ready for the new school year start in July at Woodcrest and in August with the rest of the district. To give us a quick overview of the May and June COVID announcements is Dr. Roush. Dr. Roush, I'll turn it over to you. You're on mute also, Dr. Roush.
We'll all eventually get there, I guess, tonight. As you're aware, the state health orders have been rescinded as of June 2nd. The only requirement that we continue to report cases to CPH remaining in effect. The CDC has also updated its masking and distancing guidance that now only recommends masks for unvaccinated individuals. Additionally, the city repealed its mask ordinance on June the 7th. At this time, Columbus Public Health has shared that any decisions pertaining to masks and distancing are a district decision. I will now turn it back to Dr. Stanford.
Thank you, Dr. Roush. Now we will go over the revised reopening mitigation strategies as a result of the May and June COVID announcements. The district is recommending, the administration is recommending that we eliminate the pandemic requirements for masks, social distancing, sneeze guards, and COVID restrictions for our lunchrooms, restrooms, and staff break rooms. It is our recommendation that we permit masks, but they not be required. We're also recommending that we eliminate the restrictions on entering and exiting a district building. So in essence, we will be back to pre-COVID protocols for the most part. We will, however, continue to implement best practice protocols like encouraging hand washing, respiratory etiquette, and regular cleaning and disinfecting of hard surfaces in our buildings because we are still dealing with COVID-19. I will now turn the presentation over to Dr. Clano to briefly highlight our fall readiness for our fall readiness for sports in the fall. Dr. Clano.
Yes. Hey, good evening, everyone. As shared, this fall we're looking forward to obviously an exciting opportunity to return to a level of pre-COVID normalcy. There were a number of, as Dr. Stanford shared, best practices, but also best reminders, as we would like to call them, because there were some things that we just practically knew and that we should always be doing, like washing our hands and not sharing water bottles. But those will be things that we will emphasize as we return to full schedules and full activity in the fall for all of our athletic opportunities. We're excited for our kids to get out there and have an opportunity to play. And we will be ready to go in the fall for our season. Starting the fall season begins on August the 1st. So thank you very much, and we're looking forward to it. I'm not sure, Dr. Stanford, do you want me to? Yeah, there we go. I'm sorry, I didn't know if you wanted me to transition or not. I'll let you transition. My apologies.
Now we will turn it over to Dr. Hill to give us a quick overview of the non-sport extracurricular activities status for the fall.
Thank you, Dr. Stanford. So the non-sport extracurricular activities will resume to full season schedules. That includes marching band and drill team. Our students will be able to participate in those full seasons. They'll have in-person rehearsals and be able to attend all home and away football games. This will also return to a full schedule of in-person student club activities and student art enrichment initiatives. In addition, these activities will include live spectators, and these will all be following the district's mitigation guidelines. And as Dr. Stanford mentioned, we have learned from this past year in the pandemic, we've learned some strategies or some things that we want to keep. And some of those things for the arts are, we want to continue to use limited sharing of resources to support our students in the arts programs, clubs, and non-sport extracurricular activities. And that's it for the arts and clubs. And I will turn it over to Robert Weinheimer in transportation.
Good evening, everybody. It is a pleasure and an honor to present tonight on behalf of the Transportation Department. We're here tonight to discuss the FY 21-22 school year transportation model and our recommendation for the upcoming school year. So before we get started, I do want to lead in with a positive affirmation that it is our goal to get all of our traditional general education students who are eligible for transportation on a yellow school bus. However, Our capacity to do so is limited by our staffing. And we're going to dig into it a little bit later. Just some things we need to assume before getting to that point. And one of those is with our sped ed complex needs students, as long as a child has an IEP, a federal document that says transportation is in their program, then they ride a yellow bus K-12. So for the sake of our discussion tonight, K-12 students who are in the SPED IEP program will get a yellow bus. Currently, we have 612 active bus drivers who are qualified and ready to drive a bus. 33 drivers right now are on some sort of leave of absence. And then we have to factor in a 10 on a low end and a 20% on a high end bus driver call off rate that can impact service levels on any given day. We need an additional 150 or more drivers to be available to handle the capacity and address the call off rate each day. And finally, at the end, we will request or recommend to adopt a model to provide equitable, efficient, and effective service for the next school year. Some concerns that have presented themselves as a potential hurdle for the upcoming school year. And as anyone can do a simple Google search on bus driver shortages across the nation, in our industry, bus driver shortages are a real thing. We are not immune to that, unfortunately, but we have some mitigations in place to make our job and our district more competitive in the overall labor market. A lot of districts are also looking at changing their service models as well. The hiring process for CDL versus non-CDL drivers is a hurdle. For example, a typical non-CDL driver or CDL job maybe take a week at most to onboard a new employee, whereas a CDL employee takes up to 7 weeks to come on board and be a certified school bus driver. So the entire process from application to passing the road test and driving school children by themselves could take up to 7 weeks, which is a real hurdle for us. And finally, House Bill 110 does pose some future considerations, whereas K-8 charter non-public students will be put on a yellow bus if this passes. So we have to be mindful of the House bill, and also we would have to deliver and pick up children within 30 minutes of the end or beginning of that school's school day. Next slide, please. So our first option is obviously our traditional premier service option, which is servicing all of our children who are eligible for a yellow school bus. And that includes Columbus City Schools and our charter non-public students, K-12, general education. That model takes approximately 704 routes, but currently we have 612 drivers. So it would be very difficult to cover 704 routes with 612 active drivers. And when you factor in a 10 to 20% daily call off rate on any given day, you can see that 612 number drops drastically. And now we're in need of 100 to 150 qualified school bus drivers to fulfill this model. So our recommendation from the Transportation Office is option 2 for the upcoming school year. And that model includes Columbus City School children K-8, charter non-public children K-8 on a yellow school bus, high schoolers 9-12 for both public and charter non-public students on COTA. So we've had a lot of discussions with COTA. We are working through an agreeable solution for a ridership program. And with this option, it also takes 600 yellow bus school routes from Columbus City Schools with our current active driver list of 612. We have a recruiting plan that we'll touch on here a little bit later, but the numbers are going to grow with our active drivers, and I'm hopeful that our numbers will grow enough that we can fulfill a model that requires 600 routes and incorporate the call off rate as well. And something to be mindful of is the additional cost of COTA, which is outlined here on this PowerPoint slide. Next slide, please. So just as we transition out of COVID, we want to keep the things that we learned to be more efficient through COVID as a best practice going forward. And some of those are outlined here. Obviously, we need to hire more drivers. That's our number one. But we also want to get creative, innovative, and aggressive in our other business operations of our department. For example, a new pilot routing consultant partnership to look at what we're doing currently with our routing. So if our staffing model is hard to hit 600, let's look at the routing and see if we can better run our routes, which require less people, all the while recruiting more drivers to build up that staffing. So we want to look if we can run better routes, look at our routing, and make that more efficient. Additionally, we want to put out an invitation to bid more routes. So what that is putting out a public notice to see if contractors can take some of the work for us and help us while we staff up and bring more drivers on board. They can help out by taking some of that off our plate. Offer a new transportation service model, which we're doing here. And an interesting concept here, which is innovative in the industry, is offering a hire in lieu of payment for impracticality. Currently, it's approximately $250 for impracticality acceptance. If we hire that number, it makes it more appealing and we would have less appeals. So that is an innovative way to address the impracticality option. We want to continue with opt-out surveys, yellow bus opt-out surveys. And we heard some feedback during COVID that if parents knew that if their child opted out because they had the means to get their child to school, then they would open up a seat. They would gladly opt out their child to open up a seat for a child who's in need. And we heard that real feedback come through during our survey. So we're going to put another survey out that if parents can bring their kids to school, they can opt out their child and open up a seat for another student to bring more kids back to school with the resources that we have. And obviously, we're going to scale up our service based on new hires. So the more drivers who come in, we will open up a new grade band potentially. This is hypothetically speaking. If we get 50 new drivers by October 1, we can open up maybe grades 9 through 10. And then maybe around December, hypothetically speaking, if we have more drivers, we can offer another grade and another grade. So we're back up to full service. One more point at the bottom. Thank you. And another point that we want to hit on is the charter non-public pickup and drop off times. If the school is agreeable, that we can work on a different time based on their education model. So if we are maxed out at a certain time frame, but their school wants to go during that time frame, maybe they could go a half hour early or a half hour after that scheduled time, and we can meet them in the middle and bring more kids back. Because at the end of the day, we want to get as many kids as we can on a yellow school bus. And I will turn it over to Ms. Terry Trigg to talk about our future recruitment strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Good evening, board members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about our bus driver recruitment strategies. Our current recruitment strategies includes using digital media, job boards, and working with marketing agencies. We have also done community outreach with Franklin County Department of Job and Family Services, churches, and libraries, just to name a few. We also are doing summer-long radio advertisements with Urban One and iHeartMedia, which combined reaches over 600,000 people in the Franklin County area. We are about to embark on a 3-month robust bus driver recruitment campaign in the month of July through August to recruit as many bus drivers as possible that will specifically target 650 to over 800 Class B CDL within the radius of Columbus, a 50-mile radius of Columbus. So we have also identified an opportunity to be more competitive in the local job market. So you will see on tonight's board that we are asking to increase the bus driver trainee pay from $11 per hour to $18.50 per hour to make us more competitive in the marketplace and to encourage candidates to apply to become Columbus City Schools bus drivers. If you know of anyone who is interested in becoming a Columbus City Schools bus driver, please ask them to apply on site at our website at ccsoh.us/jobs. Board members, thank you for your time. Dr. Stanford, turning it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trigg. As a recap of the recommendations that we have presented this evening, we are lifting many of the mitigation protocols that we utilized during the pandemic. We are recommending that masks be permitted but not required, that we will continue to offer that we will continue to encourage voluntary self-checks by our parents and also by our team members before they enter our buildings, that we will continue to work with OSU on the CATS monitoring system, that we will continue to conduct contact tracing and notifications as required by the current order that is still in place, and that we will work with Nationwide Children's Hospital to see if we can offer student testing and student vaccines for the upcoming school year. We will offer our full complement of fall and non-sport extracurricular activities with audiences as described by Dr. Clano and by Dr. Hill. We are recommending a change presented to you by Mr. Weinheimer on our transportation service model and the pursuit of multiple strategies to align our service model to our capacity to provide services for our students. We wanted to give you this overview because we will return on June the 29th to request board authorization to change the transportation service model for the upcoming school year, consistent with option 2 that was recommended by Mr. Weinheimer. Again, thank you for this opportunity and your attention to this presentation this evening. The team is now available to receive any feedback and answer any questions that you may have for us this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Stanford. Board Member Cole has questions.
Sorry, I'm pushing the wrong button. Thank you so much for the presentation. I have a couple of questions of clarification, and thank you so much, because as I heard more, I got a chance to see, okay, there is what sounds like an aggressive campaign moving forward for transportation specifically is what I'm talking about. But with that in mind, on the partnership side of things, are we really fully, as much as we can, leveraging creative partnerships that give folks access to us to be able to learn about and thus apply for employment with us on the transportation side? We just got recent announcement that Columbus City Council, City Hall is releasing funds, that'll be dispersed at some point in time, I imagine in the near future, through the Columbus Urban League for folks to get the vaccine. Well, is there opportunity for that to be a part of our community engagement platform? Are we looking and really leveraging opportunities in the partnership side to aggressively go after folks in a way we haven't done before? That's my first question.
I would defer to Ms. Trigg on our HR team, but in some of the conversations that I have been a part of, I know the HR team has been very aggressive and has been creative in identifying not only partnerships, but also identifying strategies to improve the number of applicants and especially the number of qualified applicants that are in that pool of potential drivers. But I'll turn it over to Ms. Trigg to provide any additional comments.
Thank you for that. That's actually a great idea. And so we are actually actively working with different agencies throughout the Franklin County area. Like we are heavily involved with Franklin County's Department of Job and Family Services. They actively help us to recruit and encourage people to apply to our very difficult, hard to fill bus driver roles. So we have reached out to the Urban League and been in communication with them. And so it's just an ongoing thing that the team, that we're constantly, working, trying to find new things to recruit bus drivers.
I thank you for that. I thank you for that. My last piece is a note of thank you on part of, I think one of the biggest challenges outside of the application and onboarding process for bus drivers, period, is also at how we tend to undervalue that role. And I think the $11 per hour for trainees, that needs to be from this point forward. If it's not going to maintain the 18, it can't go any lower. In my mind, it should not go any lower. In fact, should not have been any lower than $15 an hour. We should be talking about prevailing wage across the board. We're working with folks who do great work for us, and we want to make sure that we compensate accordingly. We've done the same thing in raising the pay for our active bus drivers. We've done that. So I just want to make sure that on that side, and I see Mike in the chat, I just want to make sure on that side that we're looking at maintaining that standard or going no less than what should be prevailing wage income. So thank you for that. Mike, you sound like Minnie Mouse. You got it. Shoot it to us in the chat.
Well, on Mr. DeFabo's behalf, thank you, Mr. Cole, for that comment. And I know that Mr. DeFabo and the HR team are definitely thinking about some of those type of strategies moving forward.
No worries. I thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Up next is Dr. Pierce.
So thank you so much for the presentation. I just have a couple of questions as it relates to our athletic teams returning. Are there specific policies that are going to be put in place in case a member of a team does test positive? Will the whole team be barred? Has there been any discussion around procedures or policies that will be put in place if a student does actually exhibit COVID-19 symptoms or get sick?
So, Dr. Pierce, absolutely. The same protocols that we have had in place for students that have tested positive will still be in place for the upcoming school year, and we would continue to follow that contact tracing protocols, and the protocols for being at home for a certain amount of time. Now, of course, the CDC has changed their guidance around those who test positive but have been vaccinated and not showing symptoms. They do not have to isolate for any period of time, that they can continue to be actively engaged. But in essence, the short answer to your question is yes, we will continue to follow the protocols around positive tests and contact tracing and notifying families and making sure that if people are showing symptoms, that they are staying home.
My next question then kind of relates to the transportation issue. So earlier, I want to say kind of in the midst of us responding to the COVID outbreak that we had earlier, there were some charter school families that expressed that their students weren't being picked up regularly, or their bus transportation service had been taken from them. So my question is, as we're talking to charter schools to see if they are willing to compromise and adjust their daily schedule, start later, or end at a different time, are we talking to all the charter schools and parochial schools? Are we sending out a survey? What's our strategy in regards to making sure that we really touch bases with all the schools we need to touch bases with?
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. That's a great question. We have had 2 virtual meetings set up with our charter non-public stakeholders, That was the very beginning of June. And we sent out an invitation for all of our charter non-public schools and their principals to attend. We introduced the models. We introduced what could be coming. So we wanted to let them know exactly what we're going through, because we do transport their children. They are our kids. We do put them on our yellow buses and we do care for them. So we want the best for them. So communication is really something we are championing the best we can. And we're having virtual meetings with them. And we're also scheduling individual meetings with their leadership team in the Office of Transportation to come up with workable solutions that we can meet in the middle on. So if it's a time change, or could they hold their kids in the building a little bit longer, maybe 15 minutes after bell time, and that's something we can do. Whatever that is, we try and come together and meet in the middle as an agreeable solution. And we've also set up other channels of communication. For example, we have an email address just for our charter non-public partners to email us, communicate directly with me and my team, and we'll get back with them about whatever. Could be student related, bell time related, but at the end of the day, it's quick, clear communication. So we really want to work with those organizations to come up with the best solution. And we're kicking off a lot of these meetings next week. We wanted to get through the month of June to figure out what model we were going to work with. And then we were going to have individual meetings going forward and come up with workable solutions for both sides. I hope that
Excellent.
answers your question, Dr. Pierce.
You absolutely did. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Then my last question just kind of relates to the classroom. So as we go back and, masks are optional, but, say people start sneezing and coughing, do teachers have the discretion to pull out sneeze guards for their room?
I will take that question. President Dare, to Dr. Pierce. We have looked at the possibility of offering sneeze guards as options. One of the challenges with the sneeze guards is the procurement process of getting them in a timely manner. But if we don't go with sneeze guards, we still would keep the sneeze guards housed at the school. And so if we have to move to that direction, we would have those available where needed.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's all the questions I have.
Hey, and Board Member Ragland just let me know I think his question was answered, or he's done. And Vice President Reyes, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the presentation. So as we're entertaining the options, the different options, a question I had was, we know that our district is very large, and in some areas of our city, there's not easy access to a CODA bus stop. As our students are selecting which schools to go to, so this goes back to the argument of neighborhood schools. If it's not walkable, if it's not safe, and a student does not have a parent or guardian that can drive them to school or to a bus stop that is in a safe manner, or in a manner where they would be on time, are we tracking those students and asking those parents, what do they need? What are the what options they may have? So say my closest bus stop is, a mile away. I don't know how close. I know some bus stops, but not all of them. Or a certain distance, and it's I have to pass a hazardous pathway, just the same rules that we have for our walkers and our kids that walk. Are we looking at those folks? Because not everybody has a mode of transportation to school, even 9th through 12th. I hope I asked that question correctly.
Thank you, Vice President Rice. At the end of the day, we would love to transport every single one of our eligible students on a yellow bus. Unfortunately, we just don't have the capacity at this point to provide our traditional transportation model of 704 routes. So with that said, our plan is multi-tiered. We're trying to hire more drivers, seek an increase in pay for bus driver trainees, continue to seek efficiencies in routing, like alluded to earlier with the consultant project, And we'll give our parents an opportunity to opt out if they really don't need it, which hopefully to your point, Vice President Reyes, is that it opens up a seat for those children who maybe have a hurdle of transportation from their home to the bus stop or from their home to the CODA stop. And we're really exploring, to increase the amount of money for impracticality. I know that may not be an immediate solution during the school year, but it could be an option for some, not all. And it's a multi-tiered approach again that we feel in the Office of Transportation will work, and we will able to phase in high school transportation throughout the school year. But to specifically your point or question, are we tracking or reaching out to those families? We will. Once we determine what model we come up with, we will absolutely work diligently with those families to see what options are on the table and absolutely come up with a solution, if whatever best fits their family of what we can do within our means.
And maybe this is, thank you, I appreciate that. I think the part of the question that I probably did not ask correctly, because you answered part of it, is, so I make a selection for my 11th grader. That school's on the other side of town, i.e. choice. There's a transportation issue. Now, the mom, dad, guardian states, well, there's a close high school within walking distance that's closer and safer than taking them to the CODA, or the fact that I can't take them to school. So Dr. Dixon or maybe someone else, does the parent have the option to say, I now want to move to my neighborhood school since my child is not able to be transported in a safe manner?
Board Member Reyes, yes, that is something that we have discussed amongst our team members. Dr. Klein, in fact, was the person that raised that as a possibility. And so, that is something that we are looking at. And, so Dr. Klein, I don't know if you want to say anything else in that regard.
Absolutely, Dr. Stanford. So thank you for the opportunity and the question, Board Member Vice President Reyes. I can share with you that transportation is an issue for many of our high school students, and sometimes they do select to go to a school in which is far away from their home. And so I think it is imperative, if we need to go to this particular type of transportation, that we do give some relief in a period of time in which students and their parents can work together and decide if they will be able to provide transportation, if CODA is an option, or if it is better to return to a school that is within their neighborhood or at least closer. We would have to look at all kinds of things like maximum capacity, but I assure you that our enrollment center is more than willing to do that. I think it would be a great service for our students and for our community.
And I appreciate that comment, Dr. Klein, as you, I believe you were here when the district made the change to increase our attendance by offering busing to all high school students. So I appreciate that. And I had another question, but it just went out my brain. So I will hold that and ask either after another board member or as a follow-up outside of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Ragland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. Stanford and your team for the report tonight. My question is, it was sparked by Vice President Reyes. One of the things that concerns me is the safety of many of our CODA bus routes throughout the city. Many of our CODA bus stops are not necessarily well lit. They don't have sidewalks adjacent to them in many cases. They're really small and very close to the streets. I would imagine, I know for certain that our transportation team within the district takes into account all of those types of precautions when setting stops for our students, but that may not be the case for CODA. One of the things we may want to consider as we continue having contact with CODA throughout the summer, maybe our partners at the city and the county, this seems to me like it would be a good opportunity to use some of the emergency resources that are being devoted to our county and city partners to improve some of our public transportation bus stops. With the increase in the number of students at these stops, we can make a case for them being better lit and maybe having a bit more improvements on them regarding the spaces that are required. I'm thinking specifically of a stop on Cassidy Avenue that is right up on the street and is very, very small and not necessarily well lit. And we understand that our high school students will be at some point in the school year catching the bus when it is pitch black outside. You've got to cross the street to get to the bus stop in many cases. And so have we had those types of discussions, and have we brought in our city and county partners to speak about the potential of using some of the emergency funding that we have for the short term for the improvement of our public transportation apparatus, simply because we will be seeing an increased number of young people that will be utilizing these stops.
Board Member Ragland, I am not aware of any conversations that we have had with CODA specifically on the condition of bus stops around the city. That's definitely something that we can add to our discussions with them. I can tell you that my understanding is that the majority of our discussions with them have been around whether or not they have the capacity to handle the recommendation that you heard tonight, and also with the routes that they have and the frequency of buses on those routes. I know those have been the type of conversations that we have had with them thus far. Again, we did not want to go too far down the path of having those conversations with them until we had this conversation with you all tonight and received, the feedback from you all. And so, Mr. Weinheimer, is there anything else that you'd like to say in that regard based on the conversations you've had thus far?
Yes, Dr. Stanford, thank you. And Board Member Ragland, thank you for bringing that point up, because we do care about bus stop safety. We do have a program in place to look at our current bus stop safety. If a bus driver, submits a form, or we get a call through our call center, we have an investigation process. And we also, we'll go out there, we'll put boots on the ground, check out the bus stop. We'll look at Google Maps and see if there's a better walk path. So absolutely, that is something we will bring to the table with CODA, and we'll have those discussions as soon as possible. It's a great point. Board Member Ragland, thank you for bringing that up.
No, and thank you, Mr. Weinheimer. And I would hope as we begin those discussions that we would also speak with our CODA team about some form of training for not only our students, but our charter and non-public students as well on how to ride the CODA. I think it is incumbent upon us, if we are making this type of switch, that we do everything in our power to make this the safest environment possible. I think if we can come up with some sort of training regiment, it may help to allay some of the fears of our high school families. And if we are strategic in how we do that, getting an early start on identifying where these stops will be located, and then literally training students and their families on what it's like to get on the bus at a specific time, what the ride is going to be like, maybe, offer some opportunities for families to get on the CODA that may not have ever utilized the system. I think, in just announcing what it is that we're announcing, there are some stigmas around public transit here in Columbus. That is why we have so many cars on our freeways and streets right now. And I think it's going to be important that as the system of education in this city, that we educate our way into a responsible partnership with our public transit system. And so if you all would please consider that and entertain that conversation with our CODA partners around training, I think it would be helpful in getting this program up and running for not just our students, but all of our high school students throughout the city. That concludes my questions and remarks, Madam President.
Thank you, Board Member Ragland. I have a comment, and I know that first of all, for transportation, the amount of work you have to do is like amazing, because we are one of the largest transportation operations in this country. And so the plans are what they are the problems with the lack of bus drivers is an industry issue right now across this country. So I'm really proud of the innovation that I'm seeing from you and the HR team to try to solve the issue. My question or comment, I don't know, you don't have to answer, is really, I think, around the equity lens and maybe try to understand that, you know, we've kind of selected the grade bands as the measurement of where we determine the need. But kind of what Vice President Reyes was kind of asking, and she triggered me in her kind of thinking, was in that balancing, we have made some determination that a high school student, any high school student, must have lesser need than an elementary student. And that doesn't matter the region or the circumstances or anything like that. And so I just want to make sure that as we are trying to embrace equity and we're trying to really think about the needs of every student, that we do that actually. And I do like the opt-out. I opted out as a parent last time because I was able to take my child to school. I think that is a viable option, and I like the innovation of trying to give more choice. But I don't know, I do have a hard time, you know, that kid that worked really hard to get into Fort Hays on the other side of town that doesn't have really great access to a CODA, or it will take like an hour to get there. They don't get to have a bus. And we might have some students that are in a different region that are going to a closer school, but still within the bus route that, you know, might have different options, or community might have different options to support that. So, you know, I think every area of town is different. Obviously, every school is different. You know, so I just kind of, it's not a criticism. I just want to make sure that, you know, we're trying to practice this idea of equity and looking at regions and looking at neighborhoods and trying to get our kids everything that they deserve. So I just feel like I had to say that. But you guys are doing an amazing job, and it's really, really, really challenging. And so I'm really proud of the innovation that I saw tonight, but want to put that lens of equity over it. So you don't have to answer, because it's not really something I think you can answer, but just something to keep thinking about.
Thank you for the kind words, President Adair.
Okay, I don't think there are any other questions or comments. Dr. Dixon?
No, thank you. That ends my my report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you, everyone. Okay, internal auditor. Hi, we finally got to you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And I will give you the gift of time. I do not have a report this evening.
Thanks for hanging out with us anyway. All right, thank you. And we will go over to the treasurer. Good evening.
Good evening. I forgot why I'm here.
You're going to give us a monthly financial report.
I am. All right.
Okay.
And how exciting will this be?
Super.
After all those reports? Well, you are correct. Monthly financial report from A, which was are you saying that okay? Did I share the right screen? Okay, good. Monthly financial report for May was shared with the Finance and Appropriations Committee last Wednesday at their meeting. As has been the case in just about every other month this year, revenues are above plan and expenditures are below plan year to date through May. The cash balance is running about $105 million above plan at the end of May. Highlights on the revenue side, state aid is now about $25 million above plan. And remember, there are a couple of extraordinary items in there, the little over 19 million we got in the Bureau of Workers' Comp dividend payment, along with the partial restoration of the cut that was instituted in FY20 and carried forward in FY21. It was reduced to 4.8 million from about 9 million and change. And so there's about 5 million in there coming back to us in terms of that. So that pretty much makes up that over plan year-to-date number for state revenue. The property tax allocation is now spot on to plan. Last month we had a variance, but that was simply because of timing. The plan had it coming in 1 month. It actually came in just a different month, 1 month off. So now we've got to through May, and everything's caught up with itself. So we're spot on there. In that vein, the property tax allocation that comes to us through the state is really a credit off of taxpayers' tax bills. So it's really part of property taxes in general. So while I do my best to split those estimates up, I add them back together to see how well did we do in estimating property taxes in total. And as you can see here, we're within 1% on about $572 million in property taxes year to date. So here you can see property taxes are pretty much spot on. State aid is running above plan. All of the revenues pretty even, although when you break that out, you'll see some variances here in other revenues in terms of interest. Actually, interest income is down, but pilots have been up a bit. And so that accounts for some of that overage, and then other financing sources are down a little bit, so they even themselves out. We're still looking at state aid on a monthly basis. You can see that the plan had some rather unevenness to it, and especially in the last 3 months, history would indicate that we would be tailing off a bit in April, May, and June. But as you can see, the black line, we've been pretty flatlined in terms of an equal amount each month, except for these 2 months where those extraordinary payments came in. So we anticipate that this will continue on its even monthly payment plan, and we'll have a little bit larger monthly variance in June. So we should be above where we are right now year to date by the time we get to the end of the fiscal year. The heat map this month, because of the plan calling for that property tax allocation to come in, but we received it in April. These are all unfavorable variances in terms of percentages, but dollar amount, we're close to being on plan except for the property tax allocation. On a year-to-date basis, we're all pretty much in the green, which is good. And we've got some unfavorable variances, moderately unfavorable variances down here in all other financing sources. On the expenditure side, again, personnel continues under plan, now about 28 million under plan, split between salary and wages, 21.9 million in salary and wages and 6.5 in benefits. For the month, actually, salary and wages were spot on. We were within $32,000, but fringe benefits were running about 2.2 million under plan for the month. Purchase services, charter, supplies, materials, capital outlay, all those non-personnel items continue to run under plan, both on a month-to-date basis and a year-to-date basis. Again, keep in mind that plan was based upon the budgeted amount, not an actual estimate for cash flows. I've rectified that in the 5-year forecast by reducing the budgets based upon historical percent of budget spent calculations for each of those items. So next year, I'm hoping those variances will be less, simply because the plan will look more like a true cash flow plan for the district for FY22. Graphically, you can see here how personnel stacks up. charter's pretty close, but still under plan. And all other expenditures, when you break those out, you can see the purchase services leads the way in running under plan for the year. A green heat map here on expenditures, as you would expect with those results. We anticipate we'll finish the year out this way. Looking to how we compare to last year, property taxes running above by about 3%, state aid's up 5.7%. But again, keep in mind that that's solely because of the partial restoration of the cut and that dividend payment. You can see here property tax allocation pretty much spot on to where we were last year. We'll get to expenditures. Last month, personnel actually was running ahead of last year, but now we're back to running behind last year. And that was because the 3-pay month worked itself out. We were ahead last month because April this year was a 3-pay month, but last year, May was a 3-pay month. So we caught up. So you have those aberrations and they've worked themselves out. So we're now back to running behind on personnel expenditures compared to last year. Nothing else is notable there. I mean, some of them we anticipate being above last year in many of these categories. Interestingly enough, purchase services not only running behind plan, but they're running behind where we were last year. Advances out are running ahead of last year. I've mentioned before that we've been doing monthly advances to cover cash flow needs in both the WCBE fund and the Latchkey fund. We'll be doing some a transfer or an advance to both of those over year end. WCBE will likely be a transfer, which is more permanent. Latchkey, there'll be an advance to Latchkey. It'll be in the over $1 million there, but we're anticipating the ability to get some of those funds back from the federal ESSER funds. That's a qualifying expense there for loss of revenue. So we'll be making application there to get that reimbursed to us and be able to advance that back to the general fund. The only other, I would say an anticipated transaction in June that will be fairly large. This is the month that we'll be doing the transfer, the $80 million transfer to a PI fund to provide the seed money for the Student Transportation Fleet Replacement Plan, which is a fancy name for a bus replacement plan at this point. So we'll be doing that this month. So you'll see that. That was not in the original plan, so that'll drive us over plan in that category for June. But other than that, we'll end the year in cash balance above where we anticipated in the original plan. And that's it for the month of May. At the meeting, there were several other items. We talked about those fund transfer and advances a bit. We set the dates for the quarterly update to FAC on where we are on the ESSER fund revenues and expenditures. We'll do those quarterly beginning in September with FAC. I gave the committee some summer reading. It was some material from the March and April of 2020 millage committee work because we'll be talking about the possible need for an operating levy or a PI levy in FAC over the next few months, looking to, should that be a 2022 ballot item? And then lastly, we had a discussion about our meeting format beginning in August. I anticipate we will return to in-person. I don't know that we finalized whether or not it'll be hybrid, that is, whether or not Zoom will continue, but we will likely be in person. And we'll be down there in the 3700 South High building location, utilizing the facility that you're currently using for board meetings because of the AV setup, and that's all ready and prepared to go. So that's the end of my report. If Finance Chair Cole has anything to add, I'll defer to him at this point in time.
I do. Thank you, albeit you stole some of my thunder, Treasurer Pahor.
You're welcome.
But yeah, I think the only thing that I really like us to consider in looking at this monthly report and the ones preceding, particularly where we see the below line for expenditure on charter schools. I think that that's an area of opportunity for us for reclamation. So as we continue to tweak our curriculum and our services, I would really have in mind targeting that group of students for entry into the district. So please, pay attention to that and take a look at that and see how we then adjust to be able to incorporate those students and recapture them. The other piece is a short comment. Shot in the vein. A lot of this money that's coming down the pike this year is really a shot in the vein. I've had continuous conversation with Treasurer Pahoric and will continue to do so, particularly around looking at and utilizing new funding models, expanding on funding models that are underrepresented in our revenues, in our annual revenues. Mr. Cole, what are you talking about? I'm speaking about income tax sharing. I think this is another area of tremendous opportunity for us in Columbus City Schools to leverage. What we've done with City Hall has been nothing short of really amazing in terms of building a newer relationship that we really didn't kind of have in the past. Whether in previous iterations of the board with me on it or prior, it just doesn't exist. What we get in terms of income sharing with them, income tax sharing is small. It's small. And I think that's an area of growth for us to look at how we offset some of our costs in our efforts toward equity in the city as a whole. And public education is a tremendous part of that and an attractive proposition for the city when you're talking about growth potential and again, that equity issue. So a couple of things to keep in mind. Treasurer Pahoric and I will continue to, along with the committee, work towards identifying new areas of revenue potential for Columbus City Schools. Thank you so much, Mr. Pahoric. You've done, again, an awesome job.
Thank you. And you did bring up an interesting point when you mentioned community schools. I was on the phone today with a gentleman at ODE talking about what next year's accounting will look like based upon what's going to come out of the General Assembly in terms of school funding. And this is just one aspect. In both the Senate and the House bill, they're going to go away from deducting charter and voucher payments from us or from public school foundation payments. Instead of deductions, they will directly fund those. But what will happen is, in essence, we will then get the net dollar of that. And so we won't see the deductions, but the actual revenue we receive will be less because that's where we're going to start. So it's a really interesting accounting convention. And when you look at our 5-year forecast, you will see those 3 years of history when we roll forward in November. You'll see 21, 20, and 19 as history, and they will have a certain revenue number for state revenue, and they'll show those expenditures for vouchers and charters being charged against us. But then in 21, the revenue will drop, but so will the expenditures. We won't be charged for them. So I'm got my fingers crossed that is a net cash flow neutral kind of transaction. We've got a similar thing going on with student wellness and success funds. And so the accounting that goes on in the background can make the data look a little bit odd and will cause the need for an explanation a couple of times a year to explain what's going on. But I had a conversation with ODE about how we, what are some ideas for accounting for it? And we walked through 2 or 3 different options, and we both agreed that on one particular one. But that's, I just want to let you know that that's coming down the pike. Our data is going to look a little bit odd. And so just like that dividend payment and restoration of a cut, and they cause blips in the data. We're just going to have next year is going to be an interesting year when we use that data, compare back, and then redo our forecast at those lower revenue numbers and lower expense numbers. Hopefully there's no cash balance impact, but you will see differences in the numbers above and below the line, so to speak. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the treasurer? All right, thank you so much. All right, we'll move into board matters. Item 8.1, we have first reading of amendments to board policy, which Board Member Brown is going to talk about.
Thank you. Yes, we do have quite a few policies here for review and some for acceptance. The former Policy Review Committee, now called the GPA, Government and Policy and Advocacy Committee, has been hard at work. And we've accomplished a lot, and that allows us to bring all these things to you. For first reading, we have 7 policies. They include Policy 2240, dealing with controversial issues. 3220, dealing with standards-based teacher evaluation. 3220.03, standards-based licensed support professionals evaluation. 3223, standards-based school counselor evaluation. 6220, tax budget preparation. 6423, use of credit cards. And that's a new policy. And 7450, dealing with property inventory. Most of these policy changes are being recommended by the committee because they conform to a change in law. Some of them are fairly small. The tax budget preparation, for example, simply adds CFO after the word treasurer, so that we can be consistent with other policies. The only one that I would draw your attention to is the controversial issues policy. It's been revised because of changes to law, specifically House Bill 164, which defines religious expression to include prayer religious gatherings such as prayer groups, distribution of written materials, and lots more. So there are some changes needed simply to conform to that new law. I can't say, but it's conceivable as we go forward with some of the bills that have been introduced into the legislature that we may have to revisit this again. But here it is today. Here's all 7 of these policies for first reading. Certainly, if anybody has any questions or concerns about any of them, please contact me. Please ask questions or let me know so that we can address it as early as possible and not have to deal with it at the next meeting while we're here working on it and proceed with a second reading. So any questions at this point? Wonderful. Why don't I move on?
Okay, hold on a second though. I have to say something. That officially concludes the first reading. And now, Board Member Brown, we can move to item 8.2, the second reading of policy 5000.
Thank you. I wouldn't know what to do without you. Thank you. Policy 5000 is a result of a lot of good work by a lot of people. This policy is here for its second reading and adoption. It's been before this board before and was sent back to the committee for some additional work. And that's been accomplished, and a lot of good things happen when our committee gets together and discusses these things. This pertains to transgender and gender variant students. I think that the people that worked on this did an incredibly good job and deserve a lot of credit, and have come up with a policy that is practical as well as sensitive, and I think expresses, in my view, the will of this board as I've heard it over the last 5.5 years. So it's here presented for a second reading and for adoption. The GPA committee recommends it to this board for approval.
Thank you. Is that a motion, Board Member Brown?
Yes, it is.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Comments? Okay, please call the roll.
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
And President Adair?
Yes.
That motion carried.
Well, thank you all.
And again, thank you to everyone that worked on that. This is a really important policy, and you know, we didn't mean to make it coincide with Pride Month, but you know, it did. We've been working really hard on it, and so you know, it's something that I think is really important to our families and students and community around you know, transgender issues, and just letting everyone know that you're accepted and loved here in our district. Thank you for that. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 8.3, a resolution to endorse the direct funding of community schools and other school choice programs, and to reaffirm the district's support of the Fair School Funding Plan. Board Member Brown.
Thank you once again. This resolution is to endorse both, you know, to ask the General Assembly to directly fund community schools and other choice programs, rather than to send those funds to us and for us then to send them on where their students are attending, often with greater dollars than we get from the state in the first place. And this resolution also reaffirms our support of the Fair School Funding Plan. And that is particularly timely, as well as extremely important. As you all may know, this week, the conference committee, made up of both Senate representatives and House representatives, are meeting and doing their work to try to sort out the differences, where the Senate proposal does not include the Fair School Funding Plan and the House version does. There's obviously much more to it than that, but that's why this resolution is here for presentation and for consideration to adopt this evening. And I move the adoption of this policy. I think that pretty well covers the substance of the resolution.
Okay, so Brown has moved the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
Mr. Ragland?
Abstain?
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
that motion carried.
Thank you so much. All right, we will now move into the consent agenda. This evening, our consent agenda consists of items 10.1 to 23.10. Are there any items a board member would like to remove from the agenda to discuss and vote on separately? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any items you would like to discuss on the consent agenda this evening? Board Member Beckerly.
I would like to discuss 13.3, which is funding for 13.13. I knew that was wrong. Okay. Funding for training for teachers who are K-3 who are implementing the foundation program. No surprise here, I'm talking about phonics. But the one thing I want to commend the administration for is understanding the importance of teaching about the science of reading so that teachers understand why we're switching to this program, because there's a lot of science behind it. And it's important that the professional development conveys that to the teachers that we're asking to shift their practices. So I am really pleased at the wisdom of the administration and the commitment to doing this well and doing this right. So thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask Dr. Breeden just to go over for us on the Edgenuity item 13.9, we're contracting for services or a license from Edgenuity to for the Blended program next year. And that was a program or company that we had a lot of issues with and a lot of concern about last fall. And so I wanted Dr. Breeden to address how we've kicked the tires on that to make sure that we're not going to have any repeats and that we're comfortable with using this product going forward.
Just to clarify, that's 13.19, right?
Yeah.
Ingenuity.
I say
You said 9. Just want to make sure.
All right. Thank you for your question. As you know, when we began using Edgenuity, it was a rough road. Some of it was them, some of it was us. And at that point, we just had to go forward. Throughout the year, we've met with them weekly. We have stopped using their science program, and we have adjusted to it. It is not perfect. We investigated some other products, but they weren't much better. We were afraid to bring something in because we're only going to use it for one more year, and we're only going to use it for reading and math. We need the platform that allows us to do a lot of the things besides even the curriculum. So we will use this for 1 year for 2 subjects. And next year we will be talking about, we won't need it because our Canvas curriculum learning management system will be up and we will be on the other side of this. So thank you for your question. It's 1 year only.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Pierce, you have an item you'd like to discuss?
Yes, so specifically 11.1. Just in the lower area of that item there, it just seems to be unclear. How will a student be able to select the paper versus the online Blizzard bag?
President Adair to Board Member Pierce. Fortunately, we've only had to use this, I believe, once before. What we did last time was we left it up to the discretion, I think, really of the teacher and the families based upon what their need was. We wanted to make sure that we had as many options available to students as possible. This is really just a contingency plan should we be unable to meet the minimum school hours, as I think noted before, and the vast majority of our schools were well above the minimum hours, but this is more of a just in case plan. But the short answer is that really it's up to the educator and the and the family's need.
Is there any way that we can note that in the actual policy? Because it just seems unclear on that part. Is it teacher discretion? Is it family need? Just in terms of equity, there may be some families that have multiple devices, but say they have multiple kids and they have a shortage of devices and they need paper. Anything can happen. So when you get to that access to computer, it just says students may be provided the Blizzard bags, which are copies of the lessons posted online, but it doesn't really get to the point of how do we distinguish who gets a paper versus who gets an online.
Are you asking, are you wanting to amend this particular resolution, or you just want us to kind of put that into practice should the need arise?
I'm comfortable with you all putting it in practice, but making sure that it is equitably implemented throughout our district.
Certainly.
So I'm comfortable. I trust you all. If you say that you'll do that, that you will do that.
Well, and to chime in on that, Dr. Pierce, too. I mean, we've learned so much with all the online Google Classrooms and everything. I you know, even the way it used to be, you know, it was just posted on the district's website. I mean, I think there's just so many different ways now we would probably handle this. But this is just the contingency plan piece. So good point. Any other items anyone would like to discuss? Okay, seeing none, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
With the exception of 16.1, yes, which I'm abstaining from 16.1.
thank you. Mr. Ragland,
Yes, with the exception of 22.7 and 22.8, from which I abstain.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
That motion carried.
Thank you. We will move into announcements from the Board of Education. Any board members have any announcements they would like to make? Board Member Cole and then Board Member Brown.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very quick. First and foremost, I had an outstanding time, as I always do, assisting the officiation of our graduation ceremonies. It is just a really wonderful and blessed time for me. I really enjoy it like I enjoy the holidays. It's just a beautiful thing to see our families come together in support of our children, and them taking that adult step towards what is a future that I encourage them to continue to own. So that was an awesome experience between Columbus North International, Eastmore Academy, Lyndon McKinley High School. I had a wonderful experience. In addition to that, had the experience to be a part of the FRN, doing that work with the National School Board Association, and working with that advocacy group to learn more about quite a number of things, whether it's school funding was a big one that was discussed, as well as how school districts are going to pivot legislatively around COVID and establish a new normal for itself. And the common denominator for it all really came down to this old axiom that many of us as public servants know very well who are elected, that all politics is local. And it just gave me a lot of time to really think and reflect on all the open door opportunities that we have here that weren't even discussed on the call, by the way. But we've been able to do some amazing things. And I just want to close my comments again by saying that here lies an opportunity for this city for us all to work collaboratively together to put public education as a major part of the narrative of this city as to why to be here, why this is an attractive city, why there are, to those who do live here and don't know about the jewels and gems of our district, that they learn them, because we're ahead of the curve in a lot of different ways in comparison to other major districts or cities. So I thank you for that opportunity. Thank you, board, for encouraging my leadership in that capacity. And I look forward to continuing to serve you. Thank you.
Thank you for that service to us. Board Member Ragland, I'm sorry, Brown, then Ragland.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say, following Michael Cole's statements, that we still have a lot of work to do. Thank you for your leadership in those areas and for the things that we've accomplished, but we can't stop here. We've got much more to do. Thank you. The only additional thing is a simple statement that is a quotation from a dramatist and writer of the early and mid 19th century, Charles Reade. And I think it was appropriate for tonight. We have all much to learn. Let us teach one another as kindly as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Brown, Board Member Ragland, and Board Member Beckerly.
Thank you. This weekend, we will celebrate Juneteenth, which recognizes the freedom of slaves here in this country. As we continue to discuss critical race theory and deal with issues of racism and equity within our district, it is vitally important that we celebrate those that helped to found this nation, but didn't do so in their own free will. These are the words of Nikki Giovanni. We celebrate, and rightfully so, those who escaped slavery. We are so proud of those who ran and those who did not tell who was running. When we could not read or write, we sang a song or quilted a blanket or showed our grandchildren how to make stew, because we knew one day some of us would build a home, a church, a school, a community that we could celebrate. We clapped and sang and studied by the light of the fire. We persevered. We made a change. We stood ever on the altar. This may well be your life, but it is our life too. And we celebrate you. Happy Juneteenth, Columbus.
Thank you for that, Board Member Ragland. Board Member Beckerly.
This is circling back to graduation and echoing all of the sentiment expressed by Michael. And it was joyous and my first time, so it was really exciting. It occurred to me, and I'm just tossing this out as a thought, if we might want to come up with a strategy where we get the schools we'll be speaking at assigned to us earlier in the year, maybe even the beginning of the year, and then we can spend some time checking in with the seniors and getting to know them a little. So it's a little more personal at the end when we get to speak at their graduation. So I'm just tossing that out as something to think about.
All right. Any other announcements? Thank you, Board Member Ragland, for that. You took me aback actually by those statements. I think today for me has been a rush of emotion. We issued a statement late last week around the critical race theory type legislation and our opposition with it, standing strong with all of our labor partners in that, and really what you spoke to about the fundamental purpose of education, and that there was a time, even in a more recent time, where those opportunities, even here in Columbus, were not afforded. I mean, we talked about the history of our own district, and 175 years ago, African-American students, any other student other than a white student of privilege, was unable to be educated in our public school system. And these are true facts. And from that, we have to build forward, and that's what we do. And we want to talk about these things in a very open and honest way, while still supporting every student in our district, no matter who they are or their background. And, I think really that's our purpose as education, and protecting education, and protecting the ability for our students to understand truth and become critical thinkers and be able to impact the world as we want them in our portrait of a graduate, to seek change and to seek justice. And so that's why we do this. And that's why we sit here as your public servants. That's why we fight. That's why we've been a very vocal board on these issues. And I'm proud of that. Our charge is to protect our students and the education that we as a community believe they deserve. So I just want to say thank you to our union partners who are standing strong with us on this. And they've also been standing strong on that school funding. I know they've been out offering testimony, and I've seen them in pictures in the protest down at the State House. So we have to keep doing this together, fighting when we can together, because I truly believe we as the education system have our students' interest the best in mind all the time. So thank you, board members, for agreeing to that statement and supporting us through that. And I don't know if any of you had a chance to listen to the proponent testimony today, but it is moving. These pieces of legislation are moving, and we will need to watch it. And Dr. Roush will help us watch it and be prepared for any next steps that might come. So on that note, I think I saw someone else with a hand up. No? Okay. So we have executive session and board or Vice President Reyes. Your motion.
Thank you. I move that the Board of Education recess into executive session for section 121.22 G4 of the Ohio Revised Code to prepare for, conduct or review negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment.
Second.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Cole.
Yes.
That motion carried.
Thank you. We will now go into executive session. We will come back and adjourn the meeting in public session when we are finished. Staff members that are not joining us, thank you for sticking it out this long. We appreciate you and all of your work. And we will see you at some other time in the future. So board members, head into the room when we get the announcement.